Can anyone hear me? This is my first time ever streaming, so let's see. Okay, so my voice is okay. That's a that's a good thing. I'm just trying to figure out how to get audio from my speakers, I guess. Hello everyone. I actually have no idea how many people or who is here. Seeing trees, or we got Louis Armstrong going. Yeah. Okay. I have no idea how to get... Does anyone hear music? Oh, is everyone able to hear the music? Let me know if the music is too loud. I'm going to turn it down. I'm going to turn myself up a little bit. Yeah, I love Skyrim. Is anyone here like a super Skyrim fan? I mean, for music, even just the music. Ah, awesome. Maybe I should turn the music down a little. I'm just a little worried that the music might be too overpowering. I'm trying to do an Asmongold stream. I'm not sure how well it's being captured here, but yeah. But you should be able to see like a window. Oh, Epic Thulu, you do the same thing too? Yeah, so right now I'm playing the Music and Ambience Night theme with 10 hours. But there's another one, I think, with Rain that's really good. Yeah. Not super loud? Okay. Okay, good. I don't want it to be too loud. But anyway, wow, I'm super nervous. I'm shaking a little. Yeah, Asmon does Oblivion, and I think sometimes I'm not like I've not played a lot of WoW, but I feel like some of the music he plays is like some of the gentler WoW stuff. Oh, hello, Woolly Ram. Yeah. I don't know if anyone here has listened to Guild Wars 2 music, but it's done by the same composer, Jeremy Soule, and I love the Guild Wars 2 music. Don't get me wrong, I'm a super fan of Soken in Final Fantasy XIV, but Jeremy Soule's music is almost otherworldly. Okay. So I'm still trying to see if my avatar is showing, because I don't know. He also does some Witcher 3 on occasion. Yeah. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is very fascinating. I've been playing a bit of it. Gilmore Girls has a better soundtrack. No avatar. Okay. I wonder why. I wonder why. Oh, I don't know if I've listened to the Morrowind soundtrack. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I've actually done that before. Like, I don't know if I've heard that. I definitely know I've not played Morrowind for sure. That's still a fresh one to me. So I was hoping that I would have like a background and that my avatar would be here, but I'm just not. I don't know. I'm running with OBS for those who might be curious. but I'm not a smart person. Well, I have I might just be underselling myself here. I might be actually able to do this. Let's see. How about that? Is everything looking? Oh, Anakin was just joking. Okay. It's called Call of Magic. Oh. All right. So now I guess everyone sees my super simple setup that I did for today. Yeah, there you go. I made a book background. Not my books, sadly. I used to have a lot of books, but constant moving, crossing an ocean and everything can kill your library. I think I donated over 250 books to the university I worked at before I left China. Oh, great. Well, thank you everyone for coming today. I had a couple of ideas that we could try out for today. I had prepped I'd prepped some notes and some thoughts on fairy stories by j.r.r. Tolkien. So I thought we could talk about that. I thought we could go through that. Another thing I wanted to consider doing would be something like reacting to videos. So I had some ideas for videos. I could pull them up here right now. So let's go over here. I had some videos as well. Oh, so Morrowind, let's see if I'm reading this rightly. Morrowind is the best TES game of all, in your humble opinion, of course. Well, gacha games, I'm guessing, this is just me, is that they can afford it to a certain degree because of the money inflow. And then they also know that there is a, how can I say this without sounding weird? But I'm pretty sure I read or heard somewhere that there is an actual art or science to creating music that allows people to enter flow states. So it's kind of like creating, like casinos create environments that help people forget time. So my guess is that if you really want to encourage people to spend large amounts of time in your game, the music and the environment has to be really good so that nobody's going to get annoyed. Gacha games. Well, I mean, some of the, I don't know if you played Genshin Impact Party, but yeah, they Genshin had some pretty nice music in it. Ambience is huge. Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, and everyone in chat, Party is going to be kind of my first sort of mod. Party is my younger sister. So Party is the going to be my support for today. Now, I don't know yet how to make Party my real mod. I'm going to be all very real here. I'm not sure how to go about that quite yet, but yeah. Yeah, music in MMOs can get repetitive. I pretty much do enjoy a lot of music in certain zones in Final Fantasy XIV. However, there is one zone in Endwalker during a certain part of the MSQ. Those who have played 14 will know what I'm talking about. That drove me insane, and I found myself clicking the dialogue boxes a bit faster with the hopes of getting through that one specific period of the MSQ. But I did try listening to some WoW music a while back, and I found some of it to be really nice, but I could see how some of it could get really... Yeah, I could see how it could get really repetitive. Wow, Grizzly Hills has some nice ambience music. Oh, so I've started playing BFA. I started playing BFA. I'm on free trial right now. I got to a certain zone that's kind of like hilly and there's lots of mountains. And I wonder, I think I might even have, I wonder if I have, this might be dangerous. Let's see if I have the video. Let's see. Nope, that's my tier list. Nope. Nope, that's 14. That's more 14. Let's see. Nope, that's me talking about Naruto. Nope, 14. Really? Are we going so far back? I felt like I just played it recently. Am I being a dum-dum? Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is my... I don't know if people are interested in this. This is part of my WoW playthrough. So this is the zone I was in. Does anyone recognize this? I don't know if anyone here recognizes this zone area. But I thought it was pretty cool. I tried to go into this one kind of place called Freehold or something, and I died. So, yeah, it was very interesting. I did do one cave on my own very carefully. You can see me here trying to figure it out. I would like try to aggro stuff slowly, bit by bit. And I found that the whole environment is very nice in this area. Let's see. Kenning's Lodge. That's Kenning's Lodge. And this was Old Drust Road. Do you think I should try Classic instead? Yeah, maybe I should try Classic instead. So far, BFA is eh. I haven't seen a dungeon yet. Like, not a dungeon like what I'm used to in 14, so it's a bit hard. Oh, are people talking about Raktika? Olahi. Oh, man. I remember the day I first entered Raktika, and I had been waiting for that moment because I had heard the song before, but I didn't know when it would happen. And that was the day when I felt tingles. I was like, I have arrived. I'm here. I'm experiencing. This is a moment. It was like very self-aware. So yeah, so this is, I haven't yet decided what to do with this footage. I might talk about my experiences, but there was like some kind of I'm guessing it's a kind of an overworld dungeon because that's the kind of dungeons that they have. I dislike how this dialogue box is forever docked and not resizable. Now, I'm sure there's probably an add-on that would help me resize this dialogue box for the quests, or like move it around at will, but there's some things that are a real mind flip because I'm just so used to playing 14. But yeah, so this is my footage for WoW, but... Oh, Deck of Cardboard is recognizing where I am at. Yeah, I I'm not familiar enough. What level am I? I'm level 14. So yeah, Morrowind is how can I say this? Morrowind. Yeah, you could see I had trouble getting on the dock. So it's a whole thing, right? Playing WoW might be interesting academically, but Blizzard is long dead. That does seem to be kind of the vibe I get even from WoW. People who really love it, they feel like the retail has lost its way, and there are some people who are enjoying Classic. But once again, like I can't. All I can say is that like I obviously started commenting about the WoW situation because I was hearing things about WoW that I'd heard before in other circumstances, and I was wondering theoretically if there was some kind of overlap between what was happening within the WoW writing rooms and what I'd heard about in other writing rooms. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm glad you're playing 14 with me, party. Yeah. Yeah. So, what would people be up to for tonight, I wonder? Um, I am Min. Hello. I definitely recognize you from my comments. I'm recognizing a lot of people from my comments. Thanks for joining. Um, we haven't quite started anything yet. We're just talking about WoW and Final Fantasy and MMO music. Um, so maybe what I'd like to first is ask a question of chat. Can everyone in chat listening, if possible, unless you're driving, in which case, stay safe. But maybe I would like to see your opinion or your favorite, one of your favorite go-to tracks or soundtracks that you like just always go to for comfort or whatever. Oh, I heard about the Warcraft 3 remake. I heard um, that they took the original game offline and then they replaced it with something that was totally not great, but the people couldn't roll back the game, so like they were stuck with the new game and it was really depressing for everyone. Okay, so I can edit the UI from the main menu when you just get. Okay, I'm going to try that deck of cardboard. Yeah, I'm going to try that because I'm just like I don't know. I'm not even short-sighted. I have pretty good eyes, but even maybe it's the resolution. Maybe I should adjust the resolution. Okay, so we got Octopath Traveler 1 and 2 OSTs are my comfort music. Drive. Oh, I know Drive. Yeah. Cyberpunk 2077. I always go back to it. Is it like the energy epic? I know I've heard parts of Drive. Octopath Traveler, my second youngest brother, loved Octopath Traveler 1. Not sure if he's played Octopath Traveler 2. I've heard some like clips of music when I pass by his room. It always sounded great. Maybe I should put it on my to listen to list. Pulling out my notepad here. Oh, what was Cyberpunk Radio Party? What was that about? So we got Cyberpunk 2077. I rely on music a lot when I'm writing for my clients. So I'm very curious to see what your recommendations are like. Where was the personal information? Can you let me know, Deck? Because once again, this is my first time, so I'm very happy to hear anyone warn me. Far Cry 5, the cult choir. I know what you're talking about, Anakin. My brother totally got into it. This is like brother, I forget which number brother. But I'm trying to think. My brother Joe, he loves Far Cry 5, the cult choir. Yeah. Contact info. Oh, are you talking about what's on the screen right now? Deck of cardboard. So everything that you're seeing right here, this is from a website. I will see if I can put it in chat. I'm actually cool with. So this is a University of Houston. You should be able to click on it if the link works. This is not my contact info. Thanks, Deck, for being worried for me. This is some random person who has works at the University of Houston, and they very helpfully put On Fairy Stories by j.r.r token online for anyone to read for free. So this is what I'm using because I can put notes on it and go through it if we like to look at On Fairy Stories tonight. Arknight's Martyr Boss theme and Vanguard audio under. I've heard from, I think I know somebody who was into Arknight's Martyr Boss theme, Vanguard audio under Dimension. Hammock. Amazing music from Gacha Games. Oh. Anakin Solo is my brother. Oh my gosh. Hey, Joe. I was just saying that you love Far Cry 5, the cult choir. We were checking it out, I think, Sue and I, the other day. Oh. Thanks, Deck. Yeah. Thanks for thinking of me. And thanks for coming by. Anakin is my brother. I have a huge family, so I'm very glad that my brother is here. I might have just partially doxed you. Anakin Solo is my brother. What an edgelord. They're all my younger siblings because I'm the eldest of this crazy family. But yeah. GTA 5 also had a personal radio. Really? Do you think GTA 6 will get it? What do you think? What, you're not going to like you're not going to put out something really nice for the people who might steal your card? Did everyone hear about that? I know it's a Canadian thing. But we've been having some issue recently in Southern Ontario with trucks particularly being stolen and cars. And the response from certain law officials was to unlock your car and not try to get in the way of people stealing your car and just let it go. Which is, I mean, it is true. It's not good to fight back all the time, but yeah. Yeah, you got it, Woolly Ram. You're an eldest sibling too, huh? Oh, okay. So for Fallout, I know Fallout 4 was a bit of a disappointment, but I do like Einon Zur's music, and his one on science. What is it called? Science and Secrecy or something like that. I really thought that one was very yeah. There was some creepy tracks in there and their Brotherhood of Steel stuff just sounded like the Brotherhood of Steel. Like I felt like his music felt very thematic for the different groups in Fallout 4. So even though the game did disappoint some people, I think the music was not disappointed. Um, so there were in Southern Ontario, Toronto, and then the surrounding smaller cities, which is called the GTA. Oh, did they say that in Ottawa? I thought that was Toronto. Is it Ottawa? They said it in Ottawa? Oh, wow. I didn't think Ottawa was that bad. I thought that was a Toronto problem. Wow, look at me. I'm so wrong. Ottawa. That's crazy. Did you see the comedian who was doing a comedy sketch for that? It was crazy. Okay, so to get the show on the road, I had thought about covering On Fairy Stories by J.r.r. Tolkien. So that's idea number 1. Another thing I had prepared on the side in case we wanted to do something else would be to take a look at the master. I found some masterclass ads of writers who are some of them are good, and I wanted to point out the good ones, but there were some of them that I was like, what in the world is going on? And then I thought we could talk about what state is that in? Epic Thulu, we're all Canadians. And Ottawa is technically in Ontario, and it's the capital of our country. So the capital of Canada is Ontario, and the capital of Ontario is Toronto. That's the California of Canada. Yeah. So Ottawa is kind of like where the Parliament and the Prime Minister hang out, unfortunately. And I didn't think Ottawa was getting that bad with car theft. I honestly thought it would be Toronto area that would have more car theft. But I guess Ottawa has just become some kind of weird situation. Okay, so I wonder how to do a poll. How can I do a poll? I'm going to go in here and try to figure this one out. I'm gonna here. Why is it spelled fairy? You make a very good point. So Tolkien was referring to a very old word. You probably would recognize this word fairy because it is essentially linked to the concepts like the Fairy Queen by Spenser, who was a famous poet much early on. Like Spenser is a much more classic poet, but some of the original spellings of the word fairy is with F-A-E-R-I-E, and fairy written this way often refers more to the fae and to early concepts surrounding fairy stories before the word fantasy was coined or really used. So if you has anyone here read On Fairy Stories by J.r.r. Tolkien? Has anyone read it before? Has anyone? So here's the link again for those who might want to try out this link. So anyone can click on this link and check out this short essay. Well, it might not look short, but it's actually, all things considered, I have not read it. That's okay. So we got 2 people. I have not. Nope, sorry. That's no apologies needed. I read this when I was 16 years old, so I want to contextualize the story here. My parents were a bit strict, and my mother went through a period of time where she wasn't sure if fantasy was a great genre for us to be reading. And I had fallen in love with Tolkien and became so obsessed with it that I couldn't be parted with it at all costs. Like, I was reading it on the toilet, I was sneaking reading it at night, and I was getting nightmares from, the Black Riders, and it was just too much for me because I'm very sensitive as a reader. And and then basically, my parents took it away from me because I became obsessive. I wonder if anyone else here is like that, like highly obsessive, where you're just over focusing on something. And it got to the point where my parents were like, nope, this book gotta go, right? And so it went out of the house. And for a while, there was a period where we weren't really allowed to read Tolkien's works at all. And I found this essay at my parents' friend's house, at my piano teacher's house. And I read it, and I took the ideas and I chatted with my mom, and we managed to come out of it with saying it's okay to enjoy fantasy. And so I thought it would be really good to touch on this because he actually talks about a lot of things that are very pertinent to what's going on today surrounding the fantasy genre. And so I thought it would be really cool to just look at this essay together. I'm not going to read it word for word, but I might read little portions of it. So if you are driving or if you are playing a game or grinding, you don't have to be reading it yourself to keep up. I will try to keep things clear. Let's see. Has anyone else read it or not read it? So Party hasn't, Deck hasn't, Epic, and Yalla. I'm guessing that might be Arabic. Saying no. Wooly says, or Wally? I'm not sure, but Wooly says, I've read aeons ago in the before time. Yes, I now fight being obsessive because I will stop eating and I will stop bathing like a normal human being, and I will turn into a complete Asmongold. Dragonlance and Forgotten Realms. I was a very obsessive reader. Yeah, so my parents were huge into reading, but it got to a point where I was so out of touch that they put a ban on fiction books, but then I just became a super serious autobiography and biography reader. So then I became crazy, and it was really funny. Do you know what was really depressing, Ella? Was I don't know if you've read Hans Christian Andersen extensively. That stuff will make you want to lie down and just, yeah, goblin mode. I can very easily go down into goblin mode. Yeah, Grim Tales are more gory, like that one where the girl was vain and had the red shoes and she was dancing at church, and then the angel like cut off her feet, or what, or was the angel that cut off her feet, and then she had wooden feet. Anyway, Grimm's was wildin', but Hans Christian Andersen was just depressing. Reconsider reading The Name of the Wind. Oh no, is it really like crazy? I'll read a synopsis, Wooly, and then I can maybe make a choice. I got really depressed from Malazan. I don't know if anyone here read Malazan. I got super depressed. Just because, like, I'm okay with getting dark, but I need to feel like there's a light somewhere at the end of the tunnel, like, even if it's bittersweet. Oh, I remember you telling me about some of the movies. Like, it's a horror, right? This is for Anakin, my brother. You are a brother to me. I'm pretty sure that's one of the horror films, right? Did you watch it when you were staying at my place, or was that like when we were in the apartment, or was that like post with, I'm trying to remember. because you were watching quite a bit. You saw so much. Yeah, epic. So my feeling is he's like an anthropologist, archaeologist, I believe, in Western Canadian. So basically, like, I think he's really digging into the concept of the evolution of something, and that's why the House of Cards is transforming or transformative, and the gods are like fading, or like that's what I got from it. Anna Taylor-Joy, yeah, she has a very, very strong acting style, though. Didn't you watch Emma as well with her? Name of the Wind is just bad. It's not Jar Jar Martin level. It's just awfully written. Okay. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I'm not really into hate watching or hate reading, but sometimes you have to know. You know what I mean? You go on WordPress. Sorry, not WordPress. You go on Wattpad and you just have to just dip your toe and check it out. Yeah, okay. So let's talk about On Fairy Stories. Let's do it. So basically this introduction part right here in front of us is talking about what Tolkien wants to talk about. He's introducing, as all good writers ought to, in the first few paragraphs, he's introducing the main idea, which is, what are fairy stories? What is their origin? What is the use of them? And the reason why he had to ask this question is because he was, how can I say this? He was being forced to justify the genre he was interested in writing. And it was a really sad situation. I'm not sure how many people are aware of the cultural context of Tolkien, but he was coming out of the Victorian period, and the Victorian period had done a bit of a cultural number on a variety of things. And the Industrial Revolution that was also attendant with that time period had basically really mechanized a large portion of England. It's very similar to the development that happened in China recently, where people went from being very pastoral and very country, nature-based, farming-based, and they instantly kind of were going into factories. It was a massive cultural shift. And this coincided with the arrival of concepts like evolution and all of this. And so this all fed into this disdain for the supernatural, this disdain for superstitions and myths. And there was a lot of attempting to explain away certain things. And this is where Freud and Jung came in. But I feel like Jung had more respect for things, whereas Freud was just freaky. Oh, Emily's in the chat. Hey, Emily. Witchcraft. Oh man, I can't wait to see you, Emily. I'm going to be visiting my friend Emily in America, and she's now in the chat. So can't wait to see you, Emily. So Emily, just to catch you up to speed, we're going to be looking at On Fairy Stories by J.r.r. Tolkien. And I'm just trying to contextualize where Tolkien was coming out from. So he was not himself a Victorian. He was in the Edwardian time period, but a large formation of that time was heavily defined by this previous cultural, extremely dynamic, extremely transformative time period. And as a result, I would argue probably even as early as the 1700s, but definitely through the 1800s, concepts surrounding myth and religion and faith took a bit of a hit. And a lot of stuff was reduced to the nursery, to children, and was equated with lies. Early cancel culture. I mean, some of the Victorians were kind of vicious, but Tolkien now is trying to rectify this. He's trying to now explain where fairy stories and fantasy is going to fit in a paradigm that he is proposing. So first, he looks at Oxford English Dictionary. Okay, so he goes to the Oxford English Dictionary, which I think is a good start for anything. And he notices that at his time period, it contains no reference to the combination fairy story and is unhelpful on the subject of fairies generally. In supplement, fairy tale is recorded since the year 1750, and its leading sense is said to be a tale about fairies or a fairy legend with developed senses, an unreal or incredible story, and a falsehood. So let's just turn this down just a little bit so I'm not orally distracted, because I'm such an orally distracted person. But you could see, remember, I don't know if anyone here has listened to my mythological versus modern storytelling and my young videos, but there was this ongoing idea that mythology is linked to myths and myths are linked to lies. And so this became just a shame, really, overall. So this is basically where he started. Okay. Now he says here, supernatural is a dangerous and difficult word in any of its senses, looser or stricter, but to fairies it can hardly be applied unless super is taken merely as a superlative prefix, for it is man who is in contrast to fairies supernatural and often of diminutive stature, whereas they are natural, far more natural than he, such is their doom. And he goes on. And let's see if I put a little note on that. No, I did not. But I think I remember what my note was. Let's see. I'm going to take out that note. I think I was highlighting this because part of it for me in this sense is that today we consider supernatural stories to be part of fantasy. And I do think that this evolution is natural to a certain degree. Like, I wouldn't disagree with it. Epic remembers it. Assassin's Creed from the second Unity. Oh, yeah. Unity, yeah. Remember Jesper Kyd? I was obsessed with Jesper Kyd's Assassin's Creed stuff as well. His Leonardo da Vinci soundtracks were amazing. So anyway, with the supernatural word, I kind of disagree with him to a certain degree, because I do think to a certain degree today, for very obvious reasons, supernatural fantasy or fiction does make sense to put it within that kind of fantasy genre. But I think Tolkien here is coming from a situation where his concept of fantasy is so, he's the primogenitor. He's the starting point of it, right? So he's starting from somewhere, and he's currently, in this definition, he's going to be paring away certain things from what he is eventually going to decide is fantasy, if this makes sense. Let me know in the comment section if I'm not making sense. And if anyone has a question, just ask in the comment section. Just interject and I will reply to you. So he's starting to remove what he's defining. He's going to define it as fantasy. But first he's going to remove certain things from it to say that's not fantasy. Whereas I think now at this juncture, it's supernatural fiction is now more or less fantasy, I think. Because maybe as well how he would define supernatural is perhaps a bit different from how we are now defining it. That could be another reason why he's ejecting it from the fantasy genre. Is he equating fairies to like animals? Yes, urban fantasy. That's another one. Like Neil Gaiman does a lot of that kind of stuff. And I'm thinking about the Supernatural TV show as well. I'm thinking about X-Files, which is kind of like a mixture of science fiction and fantasy. So when he's talking about fairies here, so let's get into what he's talking about, okay? So here, do you notice he says diminutive size? And he's saying that because I don't know if anyone here is familiar, but if we were to look at Victorian fairies, so let's do Victorian fairies. This is what we're talking about here. I don't know if you can see this picture. Going into Pinterest is always scary. But there was an obsession with fairies. And fairies were small, diminutive creatures. Think Tinkerbell. Remember, Tinkerbell is from Peter Pan, and Peter Pan was written during basically the was it Edwardian or was it Victorian? I'm pretty sure it was Victorian. Yes, yalla. I think it had a different meaning back then. And so he might be thinking about it very specifically, whereas nowadays we would put supernatural fantasy or urban fantasy underneath the big fantasy umbrella. Because remember, back then, they didn't have fantasy. Like, he is actually going to, in my opinion, between J.r.r. Tolkien, C.S. Lewis, George MacDonald, and a few others, I think they literally spearheaded the creation of fantasy. Yes, I think he believes that humans are above the natural or beyond the natural. Yeah. So fairies are literally these tiny people. And that was all that fantasy had become. It was either folk tales, animal tales, or these little tiny creatures that would have wings, or like gnomes or little dwarven people, right? Pretty wild, right? Can you imagine just reading stories about that? So he deals here with this idea that this true fairy story that he's talking about is not really about supernatural. And then here he's talking about it's not about being small. Okay, he goes, I have often thought it would be interesting to try to find out how that has come to be so, but my knowledge is not sufficient for a certain answer. So he's trying to answer why are so many fairy stories linked to these tiny, small people? And he said that he doesn't have the knowledge because he's not an anthropologist or a comparative mythologist. Back then, I don't think even comparative mythology existed. And he was not actually a literature professor. C.S. Lewis was. And C.S. Lewis, I think, was more into Spencer and things like that. So his field of study was linguistics. So he doesn't actually have the knowledge to answer why were all these stories about tiny people. Now, of old, there were indeed some inhabitants of fairy that were small, though hardly diminutive, but smallness was not characteristic of that people as a whole. The diminutive being, elf or fairy, is, I guess, in England, largely a sophisticated product of literary fancy. So here he is talking about his guesses as to how things have become more cutesy and small over time. But it was not always necessarily that they were small or that they were cutesy or anything like that. Pesky pixie pestarnomi. Isn't that the spell that what's his face from Magical Me does? Kenneth Branagh's. Oh, I keep forgetting his name. The guy who made Harry Potter's arm like super bendy. The completely useless professor in movie number 2, book number 2. So Of course, because Tolkien is looking back, for him, looking back means looking at people like William Shakespeare, Michael Drayton, and another big name that he mentions over and over again is Andrew Lang. Now, some of you might not be familiar with this, but Andrew Lang wrote a series of collections, okay? He didn't write all of the stories. Some of them were collected from myths or folk tales or fairy tales. And it was basically different collections in colored books. There was the lilac fairy book and the green fairy book and the blue fairy book and so on and so forth. So here he's referencing various examples of this kind of fairy-like flower fairies. So here he goes. Drayton's Nymphidia is one ancestor of that long line of flower fairies and fluttering sprites with antennae that I so disliked as a child and which my children in their turn disliked. So here he's talking about things like this picture here. He's talking about these tiny little creatures. And that's what informed how people thought about fairy stories for a long time. So all of this here that you're seeing, all of this here is him quoting things from Drayton's Nymphidia. Here he's quoting, I'm scared. This is Middle English here. His croquet kemmed and thereon set a noosh with a chapelet, or else one of green leaves, which late come out of the greaves, all for he should seem fresh. Oh, this means he would appear to be fresh, like how would I describe it? Like he would appear youthful, or it's a difficult kind of state of being, but it's like an appearance thing as well, like looking fresh, right? And thus he locketh on the, I don't even know what that would be. That's a new word I've never seen, and we will probably never see again because that's Middle English. But this is basically, and here you could see in Middle English, they actually had an extra I in here. So it's F-A-I-E-R-I-E. That's a lot of I's. Fairy. Okay, so this is all about basically the tradition. So, down here he's mentioning Spenser and the Fairy Queen, of course. So once again, we got all of these classical authors talking about these diminutive creatures, and this really informed a lot of concepts about fairy stories. Professor Lockhart. Oh. All the better to see you with. Yeah. So now that I kind of, hopefully not too boring here, but basically Tolkien is trying to prove there's this lineage of thinking about fairy stories that has become more and more narrow over time. And so he ends with this, okay? He says, I said the sense stories about fairies was too narrow. It is too narrow even if we reject the diminutive size, for fairy stories are not in normal English usage stories about fairies or elves, but stories about fairy, that is, fairy, the state or realm in which fairies have their being. Fairy contains many things besides elves and fays, and besides dwarfs, witches, trolls, giants, or dragons. It holds the seas, the sun, the moon, the sky, and the earth, and all things that are in it, tree and bird, water and stone, wine and bread, and ourselves mortal men when we are enchanted. So basically his definition, which I think is absolutely correct, is that the concept of fairy is therefore this entire world of creatures that are not of this world, right, of imagining, but it also includes anything that we might come into contact with through our imagination or what have you. And so he's therefore expanding the borders of how to define a fairy story by pointing out that the fairy realm in and of itself is home to many different kinds of creatures. And I know a lot of you might be thinking, well, of course, But the fact he has to explain it should tell you what kind of state this whole thing was in, right? Like this, it got to such a state in terms of how people were viewing it. It got so narrow that the genre didn't even exist. Like there was no movement really on it. So here he redefines it. He says the definition of a fairy story, what it is or what it should be, does not then depend on any definition or historical account of elf or fairy, but on the nature of fairy, the perilous realm itself, and the air that blows in that country. Yeah, Party, I don't think that the Victorians were setting out to be mean people. Like if you read any Charles Dickens or things like that, you understand that they were very real, normal people just trying to make their way. But I do think the middle class and the upper class were able to develop strong notions around what is good for children or what is good for people. And that did affect this kind of nebulous world that had not yet formed. It's hard for me to imagine. It is really hard to imagine a world where there'd be all of these stories, all of this folklore just floating around. Was it also a culture thing? I think the Northern European societies as a whole got maybe a bit too straight-laced. Yeah, TLDR. He's basically saying, people, why are we trying to limit this to just small fairies? TLDR, it's about this whole big magical world. And he's going to use this as a springboard to talk about stuff. Yeah, well, once again, we have to remember that Tolkien is coming off of an extremely, we have we cannot barely imagine. I think the closest we can imagine it is, let's say if you live in Southern Ontario, seeing certain parts of it just being bulldozed almost seemingly overnight to make room for houses. Like we can't imagine the transformative nature that they underwent as a society because of the Industrial Revolution. And that's why Tolkien is always going on about trees, because he was seeing Birmingham creeping over the hill. And this was a time period where people were questioning faith. They were questioning the efficacy of stories and things like that. And things just got really focused on efficiency and making money and making progress. And things that didn't matter, air quote, didn't matter, kind of got shoved into certain corners and were underdeveloped as a result. Yeah, Yalla. Yeah. Like it was just too narrow. Imagine having to explain to people they can fantastic talking and just yeah. And remember, Shakespeare had talking tree. Well, no, he's going to get into Shakespeare later. Let's keep going down. So, however, we have actual stories in English culture like Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, right? So you would imagine they have the Fairy Queen and they have all of these stories kind of floating around in this nebulous mist. And a lot of these stories were protected from being criticized because of their classical nature, because they were valued and respected for the things they were saying, or because they were artifacts of it in ancient past. But if you were trying to write your own fantasy, your own fairy, people might look at you a little strangely during this time period. And remember, he is in the Edwardian leading up into the wars and things like that. And he's in during war period, post-war. So you can imagine it's a lot of upheaval, a lot of political upheaval, and you have people in a mental state as a society as well. And this is why Jung was coming in and saying, hey, we need these myths, we need these stories, because society is becoming sick. Society is becoming disconnected from nature. And Tolkien's going to talk about that. So now let's keep moving down. He's talking about limits here. And the term fairy tale has been used carelessly. So we have that. And he has also noticed that some stories are being put into these air quote fairy stories that have nothing whatsoever to do with fairies. So here he starts talking about how fairy story collections are popular, and the most popular is Andrew Lang's fairy books. So he, like I said, he made a lot of fairy books. I live in an old city, and all the little hills and unbuilt meadows have been constructed over. Oh, Woolly Ram is basically living Tolkien's life. Yeah. So here Tolkien starts to tackle Andrew Lang. So there's some things he liked from Andrew Lang, but he disliked a large portion. So he's talking about Andrew Lang's Blue Fairy book. And he says, most of the tales are taken from French sources, a just choice in some ways at the time, as perhaps it would be still, though not to my taste now or in childhood. At any rate, so powerful has been the influence of Charles Perrault since his Contes de ma mère Loie. I'm sorry, party. My French. Probably my friend Emily is like freaking out right now. I'm killing the French language. I wish this was Japanese. I could read it better. Okay. So he's talking about how Charles Perrault was translated into English during the 1700s, and his stories became popular. And his most famous stories were Puss in Boots, Cinderella, Little Red Riding Hood, and of course, Grimm's fairy tales. So we have all of this wealth of folklore coming into the English language that had not been there before. The English probably had known about it or had heard about it, but it wasn't popularized, shall we say. So he is now suggesting that some of these stories are not necessarily as fantastical as he would like, perhaps. I don't know. So he seems to be putting a bit of a question mark on this, maybe because it's French. I'm not saying that Tolkien was like weird about the French. Maybe he was. But Tolkien was very invested in Northern European stuff and in English production mainly. So I could see where he respected Charles Perrault, but he didn't necessarily enjoy it. So let's see here. What about the voyage to Lilliput? Okay, so I don't know if anyone here is very familiar with things like the tale Gulliver Travels or the Time Machine. So these were often kind of classed all together at this point in time, right? They were all just kind of like thrown in there into this pot. And he argues that the tales of Gulliver and the Time Machine shouldn't really be part of what he's talking about, because the Time Machine is related to time and science, and Gulliver Travels is a traveling story, and it's a satire. So he's making some very obvious conclusions here. I think most people in chat are going to be like, yeah, obviously, right? So maybe besides that, it would be very obvious for him to also exclude any story that uses the machinery of dreaming to explain the apparent occurrence of its marvels. So if you have something like they fell asleep and then they went on this fantasy journey and then they woke up, Tolkien did not like this. So let's have a little unofficial poll in chat. Do you agree or disagree with Tolkien? Do you think having dream as a mechanism automatically disqualifies a story from being fantasy? What do people think in chat here? Yay or nay? Does chat think having a story nested within a dream sequence. So it's just a dream. Does this make it or not make it fantasy? So Anakin's saying yes, no, agree. A dream can be fantastical. Okay. Yeah, I'm on the fence as well. Because I feel like I think it's a cop-out. It feels underwhelming to find out it was just a dream. No, the dream events would not have an effect on the waking world. It would be very similar to Rip Van Winkle, who like fell asleep in the mountains and went on his fantastical journey and then woke up and he was an old man. That would be even slightly more fantastical. It would be more similar to like Alice in Wonderland, falling asleep more or less, and then having her wild trip and then coming out of it, and then it never took place. Yeah, see, cop-out. Yeah, it feels like a cop-out, but just because it's a cop-out, does that mean that the actual contents are not fantastical? And I'm kind of disagreeing. So this is where I am not afraid to disagree with Tolkien. I think he might have been a bit too nitpicky here, but I'm very curious to what people are thinking here. So we got some people who think the cop-out is too much and it's ruining it. And then other people are like, a dream is a dream, and what happens in it, if it's still fantastical, it's still fantasy. Yeah, it's a weird question, right? It's a weird thing to think about. Like, I'm not even sure if this needed to be talked about, but he talks about it. So let's read a little bit of his opinion, okay? A real dream may indeed sometimes be a fairy story of almost elvish ease and skill while it is being dreamed. But if a waking writer tells you that his tale is only a thing imagined in his sleep, he cheats deliberately the primal desire at the heart of fairy, the realization independent of the conceiving mind of imagined wonder. It is often reported of fairies, truly or lying, I do not know, that they are workers of illusion, that they are cheaters of men by fantasy, but that's quite another matter. So one thing I do need to be careful about when I'm reading this is Tolkien does bounce back and forth. Sometimes when he's talking about elves in this writing, he's actually talking about humans gifted with extreme storytelling power. But here he's suggesting that it feels like a bit of a cop-out when the story is nested inside of a dream. Although he does say dream is not unconnected with fairy. In dreams, strange powers of the mind may be unlocked. So he's recognizing there is a connection, but he is distancing what he wants to formulate as a genre from dream nesting. Fantasizing is something you need to actively do in your mind, no? Yeah, Wooly Ram, that is basically the question. Wooly. Yeah, you got it. You hit the nail on the head. Some people are going to react to that negatively, and it will negate everything fantastical that happened in the dream. Well, I think it's about conscious and unconscious imagination. Yeah, so one of my favorite poems was written by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. It begins with, in his Xanadu did Kubla Khan his stately pleasure dome decree, where Alf the sacred river ran down to a sunless sea. Something like that. It's one of my favorite poems. And that poem was never finished because he'd done it while he was like on a trip. I think he was like doing crack or heroin or something. I forget which drug. But there's like a dream-like, trance-like state, and I think it's very beautiful and fantastical. But if you were reading a book that presented itself as being this fantasy story, and then it ends with the one character waking up, and the whole thing was just a dream, that takes away some of that value. So if an author said, oh, I had this dream and I changed it into a fantasy story, I don't think people would quibble. But if in the fantasy story itself is nested within a dream, that's where, forced to dance for the wealthy, and the protagonist would go into a dream sequence during her dances to escape her situation. For me, the fantasy was there for me. Yeah. So, yeah, isn't this a fascinating concept? So I think Tolkien might be a bit too strict here. I think if there's a fantasy story, and in the fantasy story, at the end, the person wakes up, it feels like a cop-out, but that can't negate what happened in the dream from being fantastical or fantasy. And I think Tolkien does kind of admit to that in this first part, but then he really, he doesn't like it. Let's just say that. He doesn't like it. He feels like it should be true, and it should present itself as being true within the pages, if that makes sense. The girls were still awake. I have not watched Sucker Punch. Maybe should I watch it? Haven't seen it. Yeah, they were daydreaming. That's a whole other level. It reminds me a little bit, I don't know if anyone here has read Sandman by Neil Gaiman, like the Sandman comic books, but there's a lot of stuff where people are dreaming or people are daydreaming, and some of the stuff that happens is presented as having actually happened, and then you know or you realize that it's not all of it, like it's not all of it real. Or it is real because it's affecting the dreaming. But check out a trailer and see if it interests you. Okay. I will put this on a to-do list, and if we get to it, maybe I'll even watch it tonight. Sucker Punch. Okay. So react to. There. Okay, so we've now touched on what he wants to talk about isn't about small people. What he wants to talk about isn't about just like these like French fairy tales. It's more than that, okay? He doesn't want to talk about dream-based stories like Alice in Wonderland, okay? So he specifically states here, Lewis Carroll's Alice stories with their dream frame and dream transitions are not fairy stories, okay? So he's eliminating these as well. Okay, now he's eliminating the beast fable. So this is stuff like Reynard the Fox, the Nun's Priest Tale, Briar Rabbit, and the Three Little Pigs. And he says that this is linked to the fairy, just like the dream is linked to the fairy. It's like a branch off of it. But and this is very interesting, and I wondered if other people got this. Okay, so I'm going to read it out loud. But in stories in which no human being is concerned, or in which animals are the heroes and heroines, and men and women, if they appear, are mere adjuncts, and above all those in which the animal form is only a mask upon a human face, a device of the satirist, or the preacher, in which we have beast fable and not fairy story. So one of the things isn't that there are animals behaving like humans. That's not the problem. The thing that he's specifically stating here is that it's a device for someone who's telling a moral or a point. In short, if you think about it, he is suggesting, in a way, he's suggesting anything that is simply a vehicle for an idea, like a moral or a ideology even, is taking it out of what a fantasy story should be. Isn't that fascinating? Am I crazy with this interpretation of what he's saying? But I feel like that's what he's saying. He's basically saying that the role of the beast fable is to make a point about human behavior, and that is not what fantasy should be about primarily. It should be about other things. Although you can't divorce thematic or belief from your stories. Part of you is going to be in there. But he is suggesting that if you sit down with a primary role of making a point about something, you have departed from the purview of writing fantasy. Isn't that fascinating? I reread this part several times. So look, check this out. The stories of Beatrix Potter lie near the borders of fairy, but outside it, I think, for the most part. Their nearness is due largely to their strong moral element, by which I mean their inherent morality, not any allegorical signification. But Peter Rabbit, though it contains a prohibition, and though there are prohibitions in fairyland, remains a beast fable. So I think he's suggesting that there are universal truths and there are universal things that are true within Beatrix Potter's story. But because Beatrix Potter still is trying to make a point with them that is very specific and not universal, then they are not fully in fairy. Well, Zootopia, I actually have seen Zootopia. I haven't seen Beastars. But Zootopia, well, I think all stories will make a point about something, right? You can't avoid that part. But if you're sitting down specifically to make a point about something and the animals are intending to teach the point, then it is a beast fable. Yes, they're not living their true nature. Oh, Min, let me know at any point if you think I'm just getting too boring, because I can go on and on all day. But I just think it's so fascinating because we are struggling with an issue where people are a bit too blatant about putting their personal thoughts or opinions into fantasy or sci-fi. And I think we cannot divorce personal opinion or personal beliefs from our work because it is part of who we are. But if you are sitting down specifically to teach people a lesson about something, I think you start removing that creative piece out of what it's intended initially to do, which is to be a fantasy or to be anything. Yala says, agree again. The only function of those animals is to act as humans and not live their true nature. I agree. Yes. So they're just a vehicle. And if your story at any point in time is simply a vehicle, you're moving it from being whatever it is into an allegorical or a satirical or a moral or fable at this point. It's getting a bit. And once again, I don't think it's wrong to be preachy. And I think beast fables are fantastical if you ever can take the time. He talks about the monkey's heart, which was a Swahili tale. So there are, in fact, if people ever want to know what is within Africa, is there any kind of literary tradition in Africa? The answer is yes. And there are, from Africa, it came a lot of what we would call beast fables or fables. And one of Rudyard Kipling, he was a bit racist, but I loved his story about the cat that walked alone. So if you've ever seen, well, only Party would know because she plays Final Fantasy XIV with me. But if you ever meet me in Final Fantasy XIV, check my nameplate. It has a quote from Rudyard Kipling on it. I feel like what he said is situationally true. What he says is true during his time before fantasy genre he helped create. Yeah, exactly. I think what he was doing was creating a foundation, and so he started pairing things off. But once the fantasy genre became a much larger umbrella, it could reclaim some of these things back into itself. And yeah, it was. Fables have their role to play 100%. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. What did Wooly say? A fantasy tale should be true. Having it be a dream bleeds a story of its heart blood. Oh, wow, that's beautiful. That's really nice thought. I actually like that a lot. Yeah. It just feels like a cop out. Just feels like a cop out. Okay, so he's removing beast fables, but once again, I look at C.S. Lewis. I'm not sure how many people in chat have like listened to like any C.S. Lewis books or read any of them. C.S. Lewis had tons of animals and they were all talking. But C.S. Lewis was definitely fantasy, right? But C.S. Lewis was also highly allegorical. And this is where I think C.S. Lewis and Tolkien would often argue, because C.S. Lewis had a very strong ideological point to his fantasy. So once again, I think Tolkien had a very narrow view of what could be fitting into fantasy, whereas I think C.S. Lewis would have allowed for more ideologically targeted ideas within the genre. So ultimately, once again, we can't say Tolkien created fantasy 100%. He was one of the people who was spearheading it, but there were many other people who were part of that development, and C.S. Lewis was one of them who helped allow for some personal beliefs to like drive a story and stuff like that. Idea for future video stream: Star Wars, fantasy, or sci-fi? Science fantasy, Wooly. I call it science fantasy. It's my favorite genre. I love writing. I wrote. Does Party or Anakin remember gathering the stars? So, Wooly, when I was very young, I wrote two books out of a trilogy, and it was this idea of this urban dystopian futuristic city where people were very secularized and were very modern. And it was about teenagers in a high school finding out that the new exchange student was an angel. And there were like demonic forces in the city, and they had to like do martial arts. And the front cover was like ripped out of Cardcaptor Sakura. I still have it. I'll share a photo of it on in my community so everyone can have a laugh. But I still have it, and I was recently filing it, and I was like, OMG, it still exists. Gathering the Stars still exists out there. And yeah, Wooly, exactly. C.S. Lewis was very obvious. At its core, Star Wars is a telenovel. Yes, yeah. I love Star Wars, though. Don't get me wrong. I'm a huge science fantasy fan. And it's one of the reasons why my relationship with the Thor franchise has been so... just say the disappointment is real, because I want science fantasy to exist. Okay, so now we're going to get to the origins of the fairy element. And this is where things are going to get a little bit... If you thought that things were getting, heavy before, this is where things are going to get really heavy. So basically, he starts to... Yes, yeah. Star Wars... So Star Wars was based off of The Hidden Fortress, which I've watched, and cowboy films. And I went into a severe... Is this a story I published? No, epic. Thank goodness, no. I wrote it when I was like 16. It's very obvious I wrote it when I was 16. But it was a very fascinating story. I should take it out and just rip out its core and rewrite it from scratch. But it was an interesting idea. It had martial arts, it had kung fu, and it had angels and demonic powers in a dystopian city. Gathering the Stars was, and then they go to university in book 2, and there's like a whole like my version of what would be like a school sport MMA. Is it MMA where like they do like wrestling or like no what's it where like you're like fighting partially for your life and it's like like it's a like a sporting event for fighting people. FC something. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I knew it. I knew I knew you'd be like laughing at my French. But yeah, I love Star Wars. I totally got into it. Yeah, it was like mixed martial arts, but it was like fighting to the death kind of thing. It was wild. It was just really, really. There's no words to describe. I think there was Gathering the Stars, and then there was something else. UFC? Maybe. Yes, UFC. Yeah. Yeah, it guys, you can't imagine like and I had said it in university and it was like a I think it was like a university versus university competition and the angel had to fight this bad guy. It was just it went I don't know if Party and Anakin ever read book 2, but book 2 actually exists and it's even worse than book 1. It was more like a duel, Wooly. It was just it's wild and but clearly at the age of like what 16 or whatever you're going to have some crazy ideas, aren't you? And but I love science fantasy. I wanted to get this feeling of the unknown about I don't know if anyone has ever felt this way, but like there's somebody behind you and if you turn your head you're not going to see them but you know it's there, and that's kind of what I wanted to dig into. And later in Gothic literature, we studied actually a certain kind of form of this kind of unknown that they dug into in Gothic literature, which I really liked. I didn't read book 2, but it sounds hilarious. It's hilariously bad. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the origins, he admits that he doesn't know. So once again, he's admitting he doesn't know the literary lineage of fairy stories, but he has some good guesses because he's kind of running in that field and you're going to notice things, right? Similarly, he is not a folklorist or an anthropologist. And remember, at this point in time, things like comparative mythology or even certain forms of literature analysis like Jungian comparative mythological analysis or Jungian psychoanalysis wasn't a thing back then, right? Not really. So here he is suggesting that studies, however scientific, at least in intent, they are the pursuit of folklorists or anthropologists, that is, of people using the stories not as they were meant to be used, but as a quarry from which to dig evidence or information about matters in which they are interested. A perfectly legitimate procedure in itself, but ignorance or forgetfulness of the nature of a story as a thing told in its entirety has often led such inquirers into strange judgments. To investigators of this sort, recurring similarities such as the matter of the heart seem especially important, so much so that students of folklore are apt to get off their own proper track or to express themselves in misleading shorthand. Misleading in particular if it gets out of their monographs into books about literature. So, from here, he says something very interesting. They are inclined to say that any two stories that are built around the same folklore motif or are made up of a generally similar combination of motifs are the same stories. We read that Beowulf is only a version of Dat Erdmanneken, that the Black Bull of Norway is Beauty and the Beast, or is the same story as Eros and Psyche, and that the Norse Master Maid, or the Gaelic Battle of the Birds and its many congeners and variants, is the same story as the Greek tale of Jason and Medea. So here he is suggesting that this mode of inquiry isn't wrong, but it can lead to talking about stories in a very reductive kind of way. And so I struggle with this a little bit because maybe I am able to enjoy books, and I'm also very much interested in kind of tracing that origin and thinking about where these beginnings sprang from. Where did they spring from? So then he writes, statements of that kind may express in undue abbreviation some element of truth, but they're not true in a fairy story sense. They're not true in art or literature. So let's see what note I wrote there. Okay, so I wrote, he is essentially saying that they may be all connected, these stories, but that they are effectively individual in their end result nature. So, for example, the story of Beowulf might have many similarities to j.r.r. Mannequin, but they're not the same thing effectively when we are reading them for what they are. And I do think that this is very important, so that when we are pursuing things like comparative mythology, or we're pursuing things like Jungian psychoanalysis, we still have to, we need to make sure that we don't cross the streams and that we don't start conflating everything as being exactly the same. And I think a lot of people were going down either Freudian or Jungian paths in an attempt to make connections between things. Because remember, we're still coming off of this Darwinian concepts of the evolution of mankind. So then people began to think, well, what about the evolution of consciousness? What about the evolution of stories and things? The story was about a wolf. Yeah. Yes. Well, yeah. Beowulf. Yeah. Beowulf is Wolf of the Bees. He was a big bear because the Wolf of the Bees is bears. So he's a big bear-like man who fought Grendel and oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm just like blanking out. But basically, yeah, Beowulf is in and of itself what it is. And we shouldn't conflate it with everything else. But I would disagree with him to a certain degree, because I do think that there is a lineage that would be interesting to pursue academically. And I have some personal beliefs about how humankind developed, and that will affect how I view the development of certain stories over time. If so it I think he's right in the sense that we need to be careful about just conflating everything. But on the other hand, I do think there's a lot of interrelationship between stories. Like if we really are finding the story of Cinderella around the world in different forms previous to contact, it might behoove us to wonder who was the progenitor of Cinderella, right? So I do think there's something interesting that could be noted there academically, but effectively when we're reading something, we shouldn't just conflate it with something else. So then he admits, similarity does not imply identity, correlation, not causation. Yes, exactly. And once again, this might be like super obvious to people, like why is this even a problem? But I think back then everyone was trying to like I don't know. Has anyone read Freudian analysis of The Hobbit? It's wilding. Yeah, Epic Thulu, exactly. Like I think he was reacting to a lot of people just running around doing like very off the cuff analysis, when in fact I think there's some truth to be found from careful exploration of these concepts. Exactly. But yeah, so I remember when I was younger and I was doing some research on The Hobbit, and I read a Jungian analysis of The Hobbit, and it was all about like Bilbo is emerging from the mother womb. I was like, okay. Oh. All right. Anyway, yeah. So here he says, I do not deny, for I feel strongly the fascination of the desire to unravel the intricately knotted and ramified history of the branches on the Tree of Tales. It is closely connected with the philologist's study of this tangled skein of language, of which I know some small pieces. So here he's being very humble. Tolkien was single-handedly probably saving Old English and Norse, a whole bunch of languages. But generally speaking, I think he did the definitive translation of Beowulf. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he did a very strong translation work on Beowulf that was very helpful for academics following him. But he is right to say that storytelling is linked to language, so philologists can, from the sidelines, make some comments. And I also share his interest in unknotting the tangled branches of the Tree of Tales. Mother womb, yeah. Yeah, so Woolly Ram, here's the thing. I don't know how familiar you are with the state of universities right now, but I heard about psychoanalysis, like Jungian psychoanalysis and archetypal psychoanalysis, in an offhanded conversation with a professor who was listing to us ways that we could interpret the texts for a specific Gothic literature class in fourth year. So I'm in fourth year studying Gothic literature, and she was handing out this assignment, and she was like, oh yes, you can do any kind of reading. You could do postmodern critical theory, you could do critical race theory, you could do this, that, the other, and you could do Jungian psychoanalysis, and you could do this, and you could do that. Because there's a chunk of different ways of reading a text, by the way. And I was like, ara, arara. And as you can imagine, my submission for that class was a Jungian psychoanalysis of I think it was Coleridge's another unfinished poem by Coleridge. And I had no training to do psychoanalysis, Jungian psychoanalysis, but the state of the university is such that you that you can write about things you have no business writing about, and it's okay as long as you can prove it. So it was a whole thing, but I really, really wanted to study it more, and it's just not there. So academics today are not looking at common mythological similarities between like culture in terms of like ancient cultures and things like that. You would have to take a very specific degree. Usually it's called comparative mythology, and it's often linked to classics or anthropology. Literature departments, don't even get me started. It just makes me want to curl up or do what Asmongold does. Just go lie down. You don't have to be Sigmund Freud in order to recognize the influence the Great War had on Tolkien's writings. Yes, yeah, exactly. I think you can extrapolate quite a bit from Tolkien's work about his thoughts on nature, his thoughts on technology, his thoughts on his own faith, right? On his Catholic faith. There's a lot there if you're reading well and with respect between the lines. It's fascinating how you can glean the socio-political climate at the time through literature at that time. When they discover Wattpad. Oh no, not Wattpad. Yeah, I'm worried. That would be, I mean, I mean, surely there must be some good stuff on Wattpad. Surely. I mean, I have a Wattpad, but I haven't updated it in forever. But I do have a Wattpad. Um, yeah, but yeah. So I think when we look at explaining stories, I think there's something to be said about unraveling the kind of the flow or the tree or the lineage of stories. I love it. But once again, it's just today, it's very niche, and most literature departments will not be covering it. Imagine an archive of twatter being made public. They'll just think that we didn't know how to write sentences, Wooly. Yeah, Lovecraft was someone who was literally starving. Did you know he died of, I think he died of intestinal or colon cancer because he had starved himself so much because of his inability to make money. And when you are in a state of absolute starvation, you actually, I mean, there's a reason why people often will attempt extreme fasting to achieve certain mental states for spiritual stuff. So I think Lovecraft, between that and his sleeping issues and things, which probably was linked to his inability to find food, he was a deeply disturbed and disturbing man. I read some of his stuff. I like it. I respect it. There were a couple moments where I was like, "Ooh, this is quite racist." You could feel some of the bitterness rolling right off the pages. Lovecraft is worth a read if you can get your hands on some of his stuff. I'm pretty sure you could read it for free, Min. It's very creepy, and you could tell he was psychotic or like on the boundary of some kind of mental thing. Very similar to Edgar Allan Poe in a sense. Um, oh my gosh. That would be scary, Min. I don't know. I've gotten like ever since I've when I went into ghostwriting, I firmly believed I was not a good writer. Since I've been ghostwriting, I've become more confident. um, um, it's not that I can't read my old stuff. It's. I mean, we could do that for a laugh, but yeah. I learned a lot through the years of writing for myself, writing fan fiction, um, but writing as a ghostwriter really, I think, helped me realize like, oh, I can do this. I'm not that terrible. Oh, you're black with dreadlocks. Oh, yes, he would be. He had some choice words about people of color, unfortunately. And I think it was largely due to the fact that he felt very disempowered and he just became mean spirited and just very ugly on the inside. But out of his torment, out of his mental torment, he wrote some very fascinating things. My professor for Gothic literature was of Black Jamaican heritage. And we had a very unpleasant individual who had a habit of telling us things like J.K. Rowling is a transphobe and things like that. And this individual went off about dead white European males. And the professor very gently let this young individual know that some of these white males had horrific lives, and Lovecraft was one of those men who were unpleasant, but he was also suffering as well at the same time. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I will do anything to help. toward the end of the stream, I will share my Discord. I have made a Discord for everyone. Yay! And of course, Party will be there with me to help me negotiate it. But I have made a Discord. I set up a landing page. What else did I do, Party? I have like little things you can click on to decide what channels you want to see. So I am trying to form a Discord so that people can come and chat with me there. And then I will set up a way for people to submit any piece of writing that they would like me to take a look at. Because after I have now worked for about 3 years, I've archived about almost 2 million words for a variety of clients. And I feel like I can be in a position now where I might be able to help some people. And we are going to be working on making little tiers for posters. And I'm going to work on making little stickers for the Discord and stuff, because Party boosted it once very kindly, and I've boosted it once. So we might have even some little emotes and stickers that will be stuff. Yes, and we are definitely open for input. You can... On the Discord, you can be able to reach Party or myself, and we will try to add more channels or things that you feel would be appropriate. So anyway, I'll put down Min's recommendation. Read my old terrible stuff. Suggestion. Stream. Read old terrible stuff. Discuss Star Wars. We should discuss Star Wars. We should discuss Star Wars, and we should start from the beginning with Kurosawa, and then we should go into all the amazing things about Star Wars, and then we should just trash the new stuff. Although there's some new stuff I do like, but we should trash all the trashy new stuff. I have not yet shared the Discord, Wally, but I will. I promised some people that I would try to figure out a way to help people just connect with me, and if they want just a beta reader, anything that will require extensive revisions or things, I will have to figure out a way to negotiate that in terms of time, or if I feel like monetary compensation needs to be made, then I will be open about that. But I do want to read people's stuff and maybe give some feedback, and depending on how professional of an eye you want me to cast on that, or like how much intensive work you might want me to do on that, I could even come along board and help you beta read or do certain things for that. So there is a Discord, and I will share that. Do I have it up? I'm a bit in a tizzy today, everyone, because I'm running on like 4 hours of sleep. And then what happened? And then I was at church, and then I went to sushi. And then after sushi, I hung out with my good friend, where we had such an awesome talk. And then what happened then? What happened then? And then I came in straight into streaming. Yeah. So okay. So where is my Discord? How do I share the link? I'm going to turn into one of those like helpless people. Oh, ah ha ha. Discord link. I got it, everyone. Chat saved. Okay. Yeah, if my filter comes off and I become like a complete, like, ooh, another one of my siblings has come in. Tickler. another sibling. You might be wondering, how many siblings do you have? I have 9 younger siblings. I'm the eldest of 10 children. Min, glad you asked. So I had this crazy idea for a story where a woman was forcefully created into kind of like, Major from Ghost in the Shell. So she became kind of shelled. She became like an android, but she maintained her consciousness. And she was known as a samurai. That was just her name. And she ends up telepathically connecting with a man who becomes her partner. And then basically it's about her journey to kind of rediscovering herself. And I never steeled myself to, no pun intended, I never steeled myself to really go for the story all the way, because I just felt like it felt a bit lame in some parts. But anyway, her name meant, her name was Chieko Kurokumo, and it was, she was like, her name in kanji basically meant, the black clouds cry blood tears. And the end result sound was Kurokomo Chieko. Yeah, that was like the short form of it, I guess, if I can explain it that way. So, Min, I'm not sure if you yourself are Asian, but yeah, I studied Japanese and Chinese, so I was afflicted with hubris and thought I could make an Asian name, not intended to be appropriation. My actual air quote Chinese name, the name that my Chinese friends gave me, was Tian Si Yue. So it was let's see if I can pull it up. Everyone can see my notepad now, right? So I'm gonna change my settings, because yes, so Tian Si Yue. So this was my that's not very helpful, is it? Okay. This is tangent from Tolkien. We're taking a Tolkien break. Why not? So this was my Chinese name when I was staying in China. Some of my Chinese friends would not necessarily refer to me as that, but if they were joking around or whatever. So this part of the name is a reference to my family name. I don't want to dox myself here, but this relates to the word field, which is related to actually what my family name means. And then these two characters represent thinking and the moon. So in Chinese, it has this semi-romantic, mysterious feeling of like pondering or thinking deeply or romantically underneath the moon. So I am dinging off. My Discord is going crazy. So I'm going to mute it. Where's the mute tab? Anyway. So, yeah. So the that's my Chinese air quote name. My legal Chinese name was like 14 characters long, because my real name is incredibly difficult to say in the phonetic sounds of Chinese or Japanese. So this was one of my chosen names, and Chieko Kurokumo is based off of a character that I had made. Okay, there it is. 10. Yes, 10 children, Min. All from the same parents. My parents are amazing and also slightly crazy people. Chuni to the max. Higurashi translates to when cicadas cry. Exactly, Epic Thulu. It's kind of like that. Yeah. I'm Southeast Asian. Yeah. I know something about both Chinese and Japanese culture. Yeah, I feel like those two countries are heavyweights, shall we say, within that whole region, aren't they? I traveled to Thailand. I traveled to Bali one time, and I stopped in Singapore for a little bit. And I also visited Malaysia and Sri Lanka. And I visited other countries when I was a kid. Oh, and I also was able to visit Japan for a little bit, which was nice. But probably my favorite was Malaysia, to be honest. It was just so multicultural. And I think I popped in and out of there like 2 times, maybe 3. Yeah. Thailand is also pretty hopping. So hopefully everyone can find their way to the Discord server. And yeah, it does seem like people are finding it. And so you should be able to have a whole landing page. Let me know if anything is breaking. And yeah, let me know if there's any missing channel that you guys are dying to have. Eventually, I'm going to be adding specific channels for people who want to reach out to me in a more professional capacity. But for now, we're going to go with that. Yes. Yeah. 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 It's kind of like I always equate China to being kind of like America. And then Canada and Mexico are just like clinging on. You know what I mean? And a lot of people would listen to me and they'd be like, "Oh, are you from America?" And I'd be like, "Well, no." Yeah. Well, I mean, you know me, Tickler. I overthink a lot. And Chieko, like, I don't want to say Chieko was like this perfect name either. And poor Akolon was just struggling to say it. I felt really bad. I know it's not probably going to be like the best name, but you know. Anyway, so let's keep going. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night. So once again, here he's reiterating, Tolkien's reiterating that we don't have to know the bones of something in order to appreciate the soup that came out from the bones, basically. So apparently there was this philologist who said, "We must be satisfied with the soup that is set before us and not desire to see the bones of the ox out of which it has been boiled." And I once again, I understand if some people don't want to do that, but I kind of do. So it's not easy rolling off the tongue. Yeah. Chieko, my IRL name for Asian people was like death, because it has like a lot of like diphthongs and things in it. So, oh, well, goodbye, Min. I hope your work day goes well. Hopefully, you know, hopefully it goes well. Yeah. You can always catch up if you. I'll probably like do try to figure out a way to talk about all of this in shorter format. We'll see how it goes. So then we come to some basic stuff. Don't miss the soup for the bones. Exactly. Yeah. So he's suggesting don't miss the soup for the bones. And then he, of course, suggests that we should criticize the soup as the soup, and that part is important. So he is open to being critical about things. He's just wondering, do we need to know where something came from to enjoy it? And oh, hello, Pompadour Samurai. I don't think I've seen you around before. Oh, wow. What videos did you see? I'm glad that you were able to enjoy. Let me know what stuff you enjoyed. Today, we're talking about On Fairy Tales by J.r.r. Tolkien. We're making our way through the second section, which is on the origins. And he is basically suggesting we don't really need to know the origins in order to enjoy fairy stories, and that sometimes people will end up stripping the fun or the meaning out of a story in pursuit of academic knowledge, which can be, oh, the gardener versus architect. Yeah. Yeah, I think some writers, how can I say this? I think some writers feel very disempowered when they are talking with other writers and they feel like, oh, I'm different, or they're not going about it the same way as me. Is there something wrong? So I really wanted to, I really wanted to talk about how there are different ways of approaching writing. And I feel like sometimes, for me anyway, as I said in that video, I felt like so many people who were talking about writing to me were very dismissive of how I approach writing, which is actually much more structured, almost mechanical in some ways. Tickler will find this amusing, but the other day, Tickler's hubby wandered in to my office area, and he looked at my screen and he could see an outline that I was working with and I was writing for a client. And he was like, "What are you doing?" Because there was like two panes, right, open. And I was like, "I'm writing." He was like, "That's how you write?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm literally following this outline and just going through each line and writing it out as it's coming out, right? Because I've planned it and then I write it." And he was like, "Oh," and then he just like wandered back out. It was really random but funny. You can tease him about that one. He might not have told you about it. But anyway, so he's now talking about the fact that fairy stories are ancient and they are found universally wherever there's language. So I'm sure Min could even probably share with us, if Min was here, about stories that are ancient and important for their culture group, right? So it's all around the world, and wherever there's a language, there's going to be some kind of stories. And he argues that the history of fairy stories is more complex than the history of the human race, maybe as complex as the history of human language. And he suggests that it's very hard to unravel the chicken. This whole section is basically talking about the chicken before the egg. So like, did the idea come first or did the inventor come first? And who was this ancestral inventor that made the story? So let's say the Cinderella, or the Cinderella stories that have been found connected to India and things like that. Where did these come from? and where, like, how did they spread over time? So this is kind of more linked into philosophy. Yeah, Tolkien was very critical of academics, and he was very critical of the generations before him who had started limiting fairy stories and basically stymieing what he thought would be a very helpful and powerful medium of creativity and exploration. Yeah, Epic Thulu, that's the way to go, really. I think one way or the other, you should have a bit of both, right? It kind of goes back to that whole Jungian energy. You want to have a bit of your masculine and your feminine energy at play when you're writing a strong story, in my opinion. And Brian Sanderson is one of those kind of pillars for writing and stuff. Now, this is where I think things got interesting for me as well, because he talks here about this person called Max Mueller, who viewed mythology as a disease of the language that can be abandoned without regret. And he said, mythology is not a disease at all, though it may, like all humans, become diseased. You might as well say that thinking is a disease of the mind. It would be more near the truth to say that languages, especially modern European languages, are a disease of mythology. So essentially, I think some people felt like mythology played a part in language building and then has been cast aside like a vestigial organ, or it grew out of language making and it must be cast aside because it's not helpful or not useful anymore. And Tolkien is going to push back against this idea that mythology is a disease. And he then begins to talk about whether mythology and fairy, how are they interconnected, and is one lower or is one higher? And this is where he starts talking about nature myths. So he basically suggests that he's talking about how people view or define the process of story growth. And he says that the Olympians were personifications of the sun, dawn, of night, and so on, and all the stories told about them were originally myths. Allegories would have been a better word, of greater elemental changes and processes of nature. Epic, heroic legends, saga, then localize these stories in real tales and humanize them by attributing them to ancient heroes mightier than men and yet already men. And finally, these legends dwindled down, became folk tales, Martian fairy tales, and nursery tales. So I wonder if I did a note on this one. No, I did not do a note on this one for reasons that I cannot comprehend. Did I put it on later? I feel like I had. Oh, wow. Did a note disappear? Oh, this is sad. Okay, so if you imagine a spiral, right? So basically, people were thinking everything started with this natural phenomenon. People put the gods to that natural phenomenon. Then the gods kind of became just heroes. And then eventually some of these myths broke down and just became folktales. But he suggests that it's actually the opposite, that the nearer the so-called nature myth or allegory of the large process of nature is to its supposed archetype, the less interesting it is, and indeed the less it is of a myth capable of throwing any illumination whatsoever on the world. So basically, he is suggesting that for the gods to be attributed to nature, there had to be a human element to make that actually happen. And that if it had just been about the nature, let's say the processes of nature, there wouldn't have been necessarily that more interpersonal factor within the stories. And I hope I'm making sense here. This is where things get very technical, I guess. But he says, let us assume for a moment, as this theory assumes, that nothing actually exists corresponding to the gods of mythology, no personalities, only astronomical or meteorological objects. Then these natural objects can only be arrayed with personal significance and glory by gift of a person. Personality can only be derived from a person. The gods may derive their color and beauty from the high splendors of nature, but it was man who obtained these for them, etc., etc. So he's basically saying we shouldn't be looking at it as going from greater to smaller, but rather we should recognize that men were actually starting the whole thing at the top. And so this idea of things becoming less than over time is not actually 100% true. Men were very much involved at the beginning. They had to in order for those stories to coalesce. And so he goes basically into mythology characters like Thor. And so that Thor maybe was conceived not just when thunder happened, but also when a farmer went into a rage. And so between this ancestral person that might have existed and thunder, they coalesced into a single being. And that's kind of what created myths. It wasn't just the thunder that made Thor. It could have been a real person that had lived, or some stereotype of a real person, people that lived, like people types. So that's a fascinating thing. And then he also talks about how mythology is often linked to faith or religion because it's linked to divinity. And they are entangled, but they are not the same thing. And George MacDonald, who was a person who was writing right before Tolkien, so he was probably one of the very first fantasy writers, actually. So George MacDonald, G.K. Chesterton, these were people who were very interesting people. George MacDonald was really writing the fantasy. So this guy here would flirt with a lot of concepts. Yeah, party. So my personal opinion is that almost all of the gods, and like I think the original Cinderella might have been the original Cinderella might have been based off of a very evocative real story or something very similar. Not saying that there's a godmother and, oversized pumpkin and all of that. But what I'm suggesting is that the earliest mythological stories may not have just been about people trying to explain away thunder or explain away the flood. They might have linked certain characteristics to people groups or people types or even people that they knew that became famous. Think about, do you know in like Genesis, they're talking about some of the early figures like Tubal-Cain and stuff like that? Like think about that. Like Tubal-Cain or Lamech, the guy who boasted about killing tons of people. So if you think about those people that existed in the past who might have been extremely active or extremely memorable in the minds of their people, their archetypes might have been linked to natural things, or they might have become mythologized as well. Why is the water is that undersea? No. So, yeah. I think sometimes a lot of people who are looking at mythology from a more scientific standpoint might fail to recognize that there's a human element in it. And it might be partially because some people equate early humanity with not having all of the processes to really formulate that. But I think that might be doing them a disservice. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Epic Cthulhu. Yeah. So it's a huge question of like who came first, the humans or the ideas that the humans eventually represented, or the gods or the ideas that the gods represented. Who and Tolkien is suggesting, by the way, that they become, it happened at the same time, like it was very organic, and so that we can't tell for sure which came first. And maybe we should never tell for sure. But I like to pretend that we can tell for sure. So in this huge section, which I'm not going to go into, but if you ever want to read into it some more, you can. He goes into examples of people who became parts of folktales, or he suggests could have become parts of folktales. So there was this person who was the mother of Charlemagne. I don't know if anyone here remembers Charlemagne. He is one of the major Holy Roman emperors. And he had a mom called Bertha Broadfoot. And she became linked to the Goose Girl. Okay. Now, was Bertha Broadfoot the Goose Girl, or did the Goose Girl exist before her and then she became linked to it? And so we what we do know is that because Bertha Broadfoot became linked to that, she became herself part of this whole mix. She also is now going to be linked to it. So when people say the Goose Girl, people who are in the know about that will go, ah, yes, that's linked to Bertha Broadfoot, right? So once again, I do think that he's a bit optimistic because, I mean, who's remembering Bertha Broadfoot? Nobody, really. People are more likely to remember Goose Girl over Bertha Broadfoot. But if anyone were to do digging, then yeah, it would be, obvious, pretty obvious. Once again, here's another example. He's talking about, I think he talks about Beowulf. Beowulf could have been real. I don't know if anyone knows this, but the Northern Arthurian court of the Shield Kings of Denmark, the Skildingas. Oh my gosh, it's been a while since I took Old English. My Old English is now returning back to my teachers. So the Skildingas of ancient English tradition. So the true Arthurian court, he is correct, is probably closer actually to the Scandinavian countries, not the French. And they might have been real. Yeah. And then here we have people, just once more, people getting caught up into myth who were real. Like, we don't know much about these ancient shield kings, but we know that they existed. We aren't sure about Beowulf, but there is suggestion that there might have been like some kind, like definitely King Hrothgar was probably real, but like how much of the account of Hrothgar in Beowulf, how much of that is real is question mark, right? And then he points out that because of this long time period between when the story was created and other, like when like not only when the story was created, but like when it was passed down over time, that length of time sometimes adds mystery, it adds complication. And so basically, yeah, it creates this appeal because you feel like you're going to another time, if that makes any sense. So yeah. And therefore we come to an end here. But I do want to touch on this part here. It says, if we pause, not merely to note that such old elements have been preserved, but to think how they have been preserved, we must conclude, I think, it has happened often, if not always precisely, because of its literary effect. So the question would be to ask, why did some of these stories survive? Even if they've transformed over time, why are they surviving? And he talks about this thing right here, which he calls the literary effect. And then he goes on down here. He kind of fleshes it out a bit more, okay? He says, the things that are there must often have been retained or inserted because the oral narrators instinctively or consciously felt their literary significance. So the idea is that he is accepting that stories are going to change, but that the heart or the literary significance, so that he mentions that right here. So we'll put, can I put a thing? No, I guess not. But the literary significance that he's mentioning here is linked to this literary effect. And this allows the heart of the story to continue on, even though other things have changed. I think purists exist sometimes, and they are freaking out when it's like, oh my gosh, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings doesn't have Scouring of the Shire. The end of the world is nigh. No Tom Bombadil. Betrayal. And I'm a great lover of Tolkien stuff. Like I'm huge into it. If the movies had Bombadil, if it had the Scouring of the Shire, I would have been very, very happy indeed. But in my opinion, my humble opinion, I think Peter Jackson did a very good job, the best job to date, and maybe the best job for a long time to fully visually realize something that Tolkien made and retain many components of its heart. Broadfoot is. Battle of Troy also pops up and linking King Arthur to King Charlemagne. Yes. Yeah. So there are stories. I think Battle of Troy is one where many people didn't think it was real. And then archaeological evidence found that there was a city kind of in the general region. And now people are like, oh, maybe Troy did exist. It was real. Haha, side note, Hrothgar makes me think of Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, Hrothgar. Now that you mention it. Yes, everyone's probably making a Hrothgal right now on the benchmark. Our little brother watching the Atlas show. Oh, what? Party, what about that? Yeah, I agree, Wally. I don't mind people taking a run at it, right? Take a run at it. But right? Rings of Power? I have a script ready to go on that one. That one's a tough one, right? And the reality is, I think for me, is that stories are going to change, and we need to accept that stories actually will change. It's part of our life, right? But if the heart remains the same, I'm okay with some of the changes. It's just that some of, let's say, talk about Rings of Power, for example. My issue with Rings of Power wasn't the poor costuming or or the bad lighting or the weird camera work, because I don't know if anyone else noted, but some of the camera work in that show was like off the rocker. I was like, what are you trying to do in this scene, right? My fundamental issue with that show was that it was focused on a single individual psychological process, which is antithetical to the mythological point of Lord of the Rings as a whole. And I felt that it was disrespectful of the fundamental characteristics that Tolkien was attempting to do with his work. If they had respected the fundamentals, I wouldn't have cared if there was a female lead who was a bit of a bitch. Pardon my French. Like, I wouldn't have. I'm okay with having a woman being bad and learning about how to be a better person. I think we need those kinds of stories, frankly. But Tolkien's work was intended to be mythological for a reason. And if we read on fairy stories, we find out why he was doing what he was doing specifically. And I think it's very crucial for creatives dealing with his work to be respectful of that, to keep that literary effect, that literary significance. They got to keep the heart of the story alive. Even if they're going to make some changes here and there, they still got to be respectful. Yeah, exactly. Party sober. Like, our little brother, he was a little bit wild, and wasn't he? he was foaming. It got to a point where I think I started yelling at him, didn't I? Yeah, yeah. He did end Gimli did end up becoming a bit of the comic relief, didn't he? Yeah. Yes, there were some silly lines in Peter Jackson stuff. And because Peter Jackson is I can't talk about where Peter Jackson is in his spirituality or whatever. But Peter Jackson was definitely leaning more into the tropes on war and environmental issues and things like that. Whereas I personally think that there were aspects about Tolkien's writing that were incredibly Catholic, and um, he was making a point about certain Catholic concepts. But even so, because they were sticking to the book, like for example, what comes to mind is when Galadriel was standing on the edge of the water and they're in the boats, and Frodo looks back and he sees her with her hand lifted up, and her voice is like, "May this be a light to you when all other lights go out," or whatever she was saying there. And that whole moment gave me chills because I'm not a Catholic, but I recognize that was symbology for Virgin Mary. Now, I'm not into Virgin Mary. I'm not going to get into that. But I could recognize and respect that symbology of the divine feminine, of the divine mother. And so I think there were moments in that film where they touched on the heart very well. But there were certain film decisions made for modern audiences that were grating. Yeah, movie Frodo is a bit of what I would call a wooby character for sure. And I have written wooby is fun to daydream about privately. I think wooby should never ever be allowed to go into public. I think wooby is a very personal and private exploration of vulnerability, and you have to be very careful. Probably the only wooby character. There's two wooby characters I've read about in books that were only well realized. I don't know if anyone has read The Only Alien on the Planet by, I think it's Kristen Randall, and Goodnight, Mr. Tom by Michelle Magorian. Both of those feature young men who are in what I would call woobies, like very emotionally and psychologically fragile young boys who are, one is a teen and one is like a pre-adolescent boy. And those I think could technically count as being wooby, like a little bit like wet noodles. But the point of those stories, both of those stories, are about coming of age and overcoming trauma. Kind of very similar to Fruits Basket. If anyone's seen the new Fruits Basket remake, I think they started in 2017, maybe? No, maybe it was later, 2019? I don't know. Maybe Party will tell me. But wooby characters are basically like emotionally and psychologically vulnerable kind of characters who often have things done to them. They have very little agency, but most of those stories are about them getting agency. Also, movie Frodo is a wet noodle. Yeah, big blue eyes. Remember when Dominic Monaghan did that like fake interview with a German accent? Loved it. Love the movie Treebeard though. Yeah, I love the movie Treebeard. I thought the way they inhaled the voice, they did the voice acting, which I think was done by the voice actor who did Gimli, John Rhys Davies. That part was so beautiful. Oh, the Galadriel part? Yes. Treebeard songs, very cool. Yeah. I actually remember the Treebeard song from, I don't know if anyone listened to the BBC adaptation of, so in the BBC adaptation, Frodo was voiced by the actor, I think, who did Bilbo Baggins in the movie. And they had singing in it where they sang lines straight out of the book. When winter comes, the winter. Da, 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 da. Only alien. Yes. Only alien on the planet. Tears. Party sober. What was I asking you? Oh, Fruits Basket. When was the new version of Fruits Basket released? Was it 2019? That one has a bunch of Wooby characters in it who I think learn to stop being Wooby. Like the best Wooby stories of like wet noodle people becoming not wet noodle people are like what I would call working through trauma stories. So Fruits Basket, Only Alien on the Planet, and Goodnight, Mr. Tom. So anyway, so this is why I'm not a complete purist, because to me, I look at things from a big meta perspective. So I don't need every single detail to be important. I need the important things to remain central, and then other little things on the side I can let go if I need to. And he talks about what are the values and functions of fairy stories now. And interestingly enough, it's labeled under children because at this point in time, a lot of fairy stories were given to children. And he basically wrote, among those who still have enough wisdom not to think fairy tales pernicious, the common opinion seems to be that there's a natural connection between the mind of children in fairy stories in the same order as between children's bodies and milk. And he basically was like, no. Oh, yes, perks of being a wallflower. Have you watched the new Dune? I did, Wooly. I did indeed. Yes. Did you watch the new Dune adaptations, or have you steered clear? I spoiler alert, I enjoyed the new Dune adaptations. I like the filmography. I thought the actor choices were pretty spot on. Now, I will admit that I think I've only read the first few chapters of Dune, but I did read all summaries for all of the books maybe 2 years ago because I had to know. So I know what's coming down the pipeline. I know what's going to happen in Dune Messiah when it gets made. So a lot of people right now running around saying that Timothée Chalamet's Paul Atreides is white savior complex is hilarious because clearly no one has even just looked up Wikipedia. Yes, yeah. The books in my opinion are, because of their nature, are going to have more this is my opinion, okay? No matter how long you make a movie, I feel like books are going to often give you a lot of information because text will hold quite a bit. Anyone who said, picture is worth 1,000 words, as a writer, I take umbrage. But I will say that after I watched the first Dune film, I got chills. And yeah. So Paul Atreides isn't intended to be your typical. It's not intended to be. Now there is like after Herbert died, people went in and they wrote more stuff to complete the story, and that ends on a certain note. But from what I understand, a lot of people don't believe that that's what Herbert wanted, if that makes sense. But essentially, Paul Atreides is going to walk. Well, maybe I shouldn't say anything because spoilers. But if you are curious, just look it up on Wikipedia. All I can say is, like, when I heard people saying that Paul Atreides was a white savior complex thing, I was like, yeah, exactly. Well, that's where I was saying, like, when the criticism was saying white savior, I was like, at the very least, get thee to Wikipedia and read it, because it's, I feel like the Dune series to me is one of those things where it's a mix of modern and mythological, because there's a lot of mythological tropes in there. But at the same point in time, it has a very modern message in a sense that it's a bit depressing, isn't it? Yeah. You know it, Yala. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, maybe I should do that while I'm like upgrading my. I'm doing blacksmith, goldsmith, and culinarian right now. I could maybe put it on the side while I'm just crafting stuff. I have the first book, by the way, Wally, and it is in my to read list. So I will be doing a review on it when I get to it. Yeah, Epic Thulu. Epic Thulu. These are people who only read headlines, right? So asking them to sit down and read a book might be a bit hard for them. I thought that maybe they could go to Wikipedia and just read a summary like I did, but no. So some of the woke commentary on Dune is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, Wooly. Here's the thing. It's, yeah, actually audio vision. Yeah. While we're grinding, party, while we're like living out our best lives with all of these Final Fantasy 14 events. That's where, okay, so here's my thing. Some people cannot abide certain writing styles. So, you know, if you can't abide it and you really just don't have the muscle for it, at least get to Wikipedia and read up on it before you start talking about it. And this is one reason why when I talk about the Dune movie, I have to preface it with saying I haven't read the books. I did try to read the books. Can they even read? Savage party, very savage. But yeah, I Wooly got some thick fingers over there. Maybe you went to the top. Yeah, here's the thing. I had to preface my feelings about the Dune films with saying I haven't seen the Dune books. I haven't read the Dune books. I've read some the first parts of them, but I never got through it. I now want to read them, and I will be reading it. I got a Warhammer 40K book on the burner. I'll send photos in Discord. I encourage everyone to go to Discord. I'm going to, do I still have the Discord link? So I'm going to encourage everyone once again, just in case, go to the Discord, get yourself settled in there. And where did she send it to me? I sent it in chat. What is in chat? I'm such a spaz, but I now know how to do this. So I need to make Party Sober a mod properly. Can I do this so then she can spam me stuff? Ooh, put user in timeout. I don't want to put Party Sober in timeout. She'll rescue me off of I'm going to make her a managing moderator. Okay. Party is now a managing moderator. So she should be able to, don't spam it too much, Party, but like every now and then you can spam the Discord thing. But basically, I encourage people to share in the reading channels pictures of their book stack list that they're reading or a list of books that they're reading. Dune books, they're not as thick as Tolkien's work, Party. And they're certainly not as thick as Robert Jordan gets. My issue with all modern adaptations, the focus has shifted to areas that benefit merchandise, not the story. Yeah, inflationary cast. Life. Yeah, you'll find me. Mods are awake. There you go. Party Sober has a wrench by her name, and she will use that wrench. Here's the thing. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh. I can't even use search now because my Chinese thing is whack. So I got to change it. Roger Zelazny. Okay. If anyone has recommendations for things that I should be reading, please go to Discord. I shared the link. Go to the reading channel, choose reader, as you can choose multiple roles. Choose reader and recommend books for me. Spam away. I think there's even something called content requests underneath Chieko's Corner, and I believe people can put content requests there as well. So that is also another place where you can spam your content that you would like me to react to, or books that you would like me to check out. So that should allow you to share with me anything. But if you want to just share with everyone, you can also share under book chat or book recommendations. You can share there as well. So those are places for you to share your stuff. Yeah. I just have to sit down and focus, honestly. I've been working for a client for ghostwriting a book. I can't go into it, of course, because of NDA. But yeah, I've been working on a major project. I've got travel ahead, and I don't know if anyone here is playing Final Fantasy XIV other than Party. Are there any Warriors of Light here besides myself and Party? I don't know. Let me know in chat. But if you've seen the recent event list, holy mama. Yeah. So maybe I'll put Dune on an audiobook and see if I can enjoy it that way. So when I watch the movies, I think what I was reacting to a lot of the time was the energy and not so much like who the actor was or what was being said. So for example, I am not a fan of Jason Momoa. I know, I'm a woman. I'm a woman's voice. Yes. But I'm not a woman who is attracted to Jason Momoa. I understand that he is attractive on an objective level, but I don't find him personally attractive. Just saying. I've weird, I don't know. But he's nice to look at for sure. And I always feel like when I saw Jason Momoa on screen, guess what? I would see Jason Momoa. I wouldn't see his characters, right? And when he played Duncan Idaho, at first I was like, oh boy, here we go. But that moment in the hall, when he decides to remain behind and dies for Paul and his mom, and he raises the sword to his forehead in the salute, the Atreides salute, or whatever. I had chills. And when he took out so many people, it was like Boromir. It was a Boromir archetype. The warrior that was standing his ground against crazy odds. And I know that Dune fans could be rolling in their graves, but something meaningful was being said there. And it made me want to live in that moment forever. And I came away from that film feeling inspired in a way I can barely explain. So I have been working on my own work, and when I do write my book that I'm planning, my trilogy, I'm planning a trilogy right now. I will let everyone know so you can come and see where my brain is at. It's going to be a science fantasy. Spoiler. Maybe I could get through them. Maybe I'll see them first. Yeah, I can send it to you. Oh, hello, Ben. I think Ben is a warrior of light. Yes, we have no life party. Yeah, Yala. That's kind of how I feel. It's like, oh no, here he comes. What's it going to happen? But yeah, I really struggled. But that one moment, I didn't see him, Jason Momoa. I saw a man fighting. And maybe I'm just a sucker for something, but I felt it. Yeah. I did play 14. Endwalker lost me a bit. Dawn Trail saying, JRPGs. There's been a lot of good stuff coming out. I know that a lot of people are finding the new iteration of Final Fantasy VII pretty cool. I know my brother was up till 3:30 in the morning playing Dragon's Dogma 2. Now, that is technically not. That's action adventure, right? So that doesn't even count. What JRPGs are coming out? Wooly? Maybe you can tell me? I'm not as on top of JRPGs as I perhaps should be. I'm waiting for Fantasy Life 2. There, I said it. That comes out. Yeah, see, even Party agrees with me. Jason Momoa is okay, but he's a bit meh. But that part, I agree, was amazing. Like, you just didn't think of him as being... But once again, maybe people will disagree with me in chat. Feel free to disagree with me in chat. But I felt like that moment was like a Boromir moment, and it felt right. Even if it maybe wasn't right in terms of the story or whatever. Boromir's last stand is one of the few times a man is permitted, nay obligated, to shed a single tear. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Leading up to Return of the King, I was emotionally stunted, and Party will also agree. I would often suppress crying on purpose, even when I was extremely hurt as a young girl. And I would only cry in private, and I would sometimes suppress my emotions to the point where I'd get headaches. And it took me many years to feel comfortable about opening up emotionally. And one of the films that I cried publicly was Return of the King. And I think I was crying on and off throughout that entire film. And I cried in certain moments in Fellowship and Two Towers, but Return of the King really got me. And when I played Endwalker, I was also a wreck. Ben, I am the warrior line. I am well, thank you, Ben. I am running on 4 hours of sleep. I am a bit socialized out. My filter is probably going to disappear at some point in time, in which case Party will take out a sniping, tranquilizing rifle and take me out before anything crazy happens. Oh no, Ben. My sister's going to come after you. She's very, very. uh, yes, the original Dune. Yes. Um, the original Dune, I think, is probably one of the. That's. It was because of that one I felt like I should read the book, so I tried reading the book back then. Not, I'm not that old to have seen it in '84, but I mean, like, when I first saw the '84 film, I thought, oh man, I gotta watch, like, I gotta read the book. Um, I really enjoyed FF7 Rebirth. Yeah, okay. Some people are really liking it. I've mastered the art of surfing atop griffins in Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, I mean, I heard the gameplay is top tier, like S tier gameplay. SMB5, Vengeance PC, Elden Ring DLC. Oh, the Elden Ring. So I'm currently trying to play Elden Ring, Wally. I'm going with a confessor. I think my build is bad. It's pretty terrible. I die a lot. If you cry more than a single tear. Man card revoked. I cried in Return of the King, especially more toward the ending. I'm not going to lie. And when Into the West by Annie Lennox was being sung, I was like, ah. We have to be economical. Yeah, Ben, I was with you on that one. And I actually, this might be like, maybe people don't care, but it was during COVID when I played it. And it was a Christmas where everyone was separated, and I could have done something with my brother. So my brother and I were sharing an apartment at that point in time. I could have done something, but things were just so tight financially and things. So I couldn't even afford Endwalker. And my brother bought me Endwalker to facilitate, because he saw Reaper and he was like, oh, you need to play Reaper. So he bought me Endwalker. So thank you, John Mark. Oops, I also doxed my other brother, but it's okay. He'll still love me. Anyway, so I played Endwalker leading up to Christmas, and Christmas morning, I got to the final zone. And Ben will know what I'm talking about. And I spent most of Christmas morning crying. And it wasn't because everything was sad. I need to be very clear. I actually mildly spoiled myself before going into that zone. A friend helped me do a partial spoil, not like a full spoil, but a tiny little spoil. And just because I was so emotionally overwrought, I had to, like, I get obsessive to the point where I'll stop eating. Like I said before, I'll go into like Asmongold times 100. And I needed mental grounding. Like, I was starting to like get crazy. And so someone helped me by just reassuring me about one single thing. And then I played through it, and just, I think because of the time period and everything that was going up through it, I had a very strong emotional reaction. And it was partially because it was something I needed to hear at that time. Even though I had tons of friends and family to support me, it was something I needed to hear again, I guess. Party is ready with the rifle. Soundtrack for the original Dune film. Yeah, Brian Eno. Wasn't it Brian Eno? His prophecy theme is probably like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Party hasn't gotten to Endwalker yet. Just as a heads up for anyone in chat. Yeah. Epic says he cries a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Party has not done Endwalker. She's starting this week. Party is, we finished Shadowbringers last week, and I'm going to go stay at her house, and we're going to watch the trailer together. And yeah, How can I say it? I'm going to be frank with you, Wooly. I I was spoiled enough to know certain things, so that not happening didn't affect me. That wasn't the point for me. But maybe one of these days I will actually get to talking about Endwalker, and I will kind of unpack where I think it really shone. She finished 5.5, Ben. So not maybe not let's see, Thursday, Friday I'm doing a lot of work. It would have to be on Saturday or Sunday that we will start Endwalker. Yeah. And Party will be doing it with me. Yeah. So basically I started an alt with Party, and I've been doing the MSQ again with her. And it's been very enlightening, and playing it with Party has been really good. So we are literally going to watch the trailer. I'm going to do it right. I'm her MS curator. Yeah. I think different people will have different reactions to different parts of the story. The important part is that I think the important part is that you draw meaning where you where you can. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But I'm gonna unpack Shadowbringers and Endwalker and all of that good stuff over time. I just need time because I'm a bit of a stickler. I don't like doing things off the cuff. Like, I do like to do much research. There have been many times where I've made a statement that wasn't entirely accurate or something, and it really bothers me when I'm discovered to have been accurate. So I want to try to be accurate when I tackle us trying to do a Realm Reborn relic during was it before Heaven's Word, and then we did an Anima relic after Heaven's Word, and then we started Eureka and Boja, and it was just how can I say it? We've gone off the beaten track. And so when I ran it, there was nobody telling me how to play the game. So I kind of got tunnel vision on the MSQ. So I didn't do Eden. I didn't do Whirlit. I'm trying to think, what else did I miss out? There were a couple. I didn't do the near raids. I didn't do the special role quests. And so I missed out a chunk of content and special meaning in certain cutscenes because of that. So, yeah. Yes, Party is a severe Urianger Moonbreeda fan, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, Ben, like I loved Nier. So I was very happy to go back and do all of them. It's just like I can't explain how helpless I was in the game playing it on my own, and I really want Party to not feel like that. So I'm working very hard. Yeah, Wooly, exactly. He's so stuffy, but in like a good way. Kind of reminds me a little bit of when I was very young. I one time was like, I turned to this old lady, or like maybe it was one of my mother's friends, and it was like, yes, today I'm feeling a little bit peckish. They kept making fun of me. Well, Party is a major battle fiend. So I am planning, put your fingers in your ears, Party, but I'm planning to break her into Savage in Panda, because that's when I started Savage. And I just think like the first PS1 is just very accessible and very pretty when everyone is doing it correctly. Yeah, Wooly, when he's standing in that corner of the room and he starts talking about, is Azem, the seat of Azem, linked to Azema? Do you know that messed with me so much? I was like freaking out. And it got me into this whole thing. I don't know, Wooly. Did you do the alliance raids? Don't go into like any specifics because I want Party to be surprised. But did you do the alliance raids for Endwalker? Yeah, Master Matoya, and I started playing Final Fantasy 1 and hearing Master Matoya's I think it's called the Mushroomery in Final Fantasy 14, but hearing it in Final Fantasy 1 was like lit. Yeah. Would you say that I've been a bit like Matoya, like in terms of, do you think I'm closer to Matoya in terms of like personality and stuff? We'll see what Party says. Wooly, did you do Endwalker Alliance raid yet? Okay. So, in short, that comment that Urianger made about Azem and Azema made me come up with a theory, and I had to wait ages. And finally, I got around. I got a bit busy with other things. I finally got around to finishing the Alliance raid content, and I wasn't crying, but I was very moved because, and I felt very triumphant because my theory had turned out correctly. Ben is laying some truths now. Snappy, but you care. Sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah. There's some stuff in the last segments, Wooly, that I had figured I'd known, but I had theorized about it. And then I don't know if anyone is watching Grinding Gears playthrough, but some of their guesses has me literally like rocking back and forth. Like that part when I think it was Garrett who was like, "Oh, Alliance raids don't really matter," and we're all like, "Ah." Good times. I love it. Sometimes I try to get Party to theory craft, and she's just terrible. She's like, ugh. Oh, I should put a wizard hat on my avatar. So Party will tell you, when I got really, really annoyed with my siblings, I would hit them over the head with books. Oh, you're watching them too, Ben. Yeah, it's been lovely watching them because they're doing what I really wish I had done, which was really taking the time to theory craft about 14. Well, yeah. 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 Well, Master Motoya is definitely a termagant, isn't she? Party hates theory crafting, and I keep being like, "What do you think will happen, Party?" And she'll be like, "I don't know. I can't guess. Anything could happen," which is true. But every now and then it will slip out of her. She'll be like, I wonder. Yeah, I should put a little. I do want to in the future. I do want to make like little things where like there's stars for eyes, hearts for eyes, angry. Maybe I should put a little wizard hat. I just didn't want to do. I was worried about putting a wizard hat on because then it would look like maybe I'm copying Divium Furrer. I don't know if you guys know that YouTuber. He's like, I don't want to say Russian, but he's a Eastern European MMO critic who's wild and yeah, Ben, you could just see how things are changing for them. Yeah, Min, how's work going? Oh, not quite. maybe not quite at work yet. Yeah, I'm playing Elden Ring, and I'm getting a feeling that I have to like take notes or something because stuff is slipping through my fingers, and there's no cutscenes, so I'm great at remembering like story beats and flow. But when it comes to like just remembering, um, like details, I'm just terrible. Things slip through my fingers. Bloody gender neutral language. Is he using it? I had no idea. Aw, party. No, I like it when people get shit wrong because it's just really fun. Yeah, yeah. It's supposed to be like 2 years or something. Exactly, Ben. Yeah. But I feel like I'm terrible at processing it because I'm still formulating it. I don't want to come in and shit on Elden Ring. That's not my intent, right? I'm playing it right now. I'm loving it more or less ish. But I'm beginning to formulate how to talk about storytelling, and maybe there's something that's similar to what I would call experiential storytelling. And um yeah, I actually didn't really notice Wally, but now I'm probably going to notice all the time. Oh, is it like more of a romance language, Wally? Oh, okay. So Bloodborne, my brother wanted it, but you could only play it, I think, on the PS4. So I have it for the PS4, I think. The graphics and like just the world is mind blowing. But my feeling from FromSoft is that their stories are meant to be lived, not processed externally, if that makes sense. And I guess I view human lives as being stories that are lived and not processed externally unless it's written down as a story, if that makes sense. So I'm still trying to process how to talk about Elden Ring story without sounding like I'm being hypercritical. But yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, so all right. So yeah, so a lot of languages are gendered. Interestingly enough, Japanese, from which Final Fantasy XIV stems, is anti-gender. They are the extreme opposite of gender. Like even with English, even though our language is technically not gendered, we have been affected to some degrees by gender, like our pronouns, right? Um, whereas a lot of Asian languages are less gendered. Yes. Okay. So here's where yes and no, Wooly. So for me, a story would have to have a skeleton. There would have to be scenes, um, obvious characters, and character growth and dialogue and all this. Right. More mythological stories would rely less on character growth, but there would still be some kind of form. And that's why I think Final Fantasy XIV, for example, is a very interesting MMO because they literally lean into story. So it is a story, and it is read as a book. It can be read as a book. But does this mean that video games that are heavily reliant on just experiencing it, does that mean that they don't have story or that the story is not good? That is my question, right? So we can't doubt that there are some video games that have story because we know some video games are literally story based. Visual novels written for women who let's just say I nearly got a job writing sex scenes for a mobile game. And I decided no, I can't do it. It's not my cup of tea. And heterosexual, I might add. So I definitely know that video games can have stories or be heavily story based. But some video games, the story is interwoven with the gameplay to such an extent you're not seeing a story, you're experiencing the story. And that is maybe where FromSoft goes. What do people think? People were very mad when Elden Ring was nominated for Best Story. I felt like they deserved the nomination. Interesting. Yeah, see, that's where I'm coming from. I'm thinking, would I be mad if it was nominated? I don't think I would be mad. But where would that disgruntlement come from? Yeah, oh my gosh, the zone music, Ben. I love the zone music. Strictly speaking, Elden Ring story is what you play. That's what I'm guessing, Wooly. That's what I'm guessing. Right. Okay, so Wooly's saying, so if we look at it from that point of view, it's not a nomination because, once again, if you define story as looking from the outside in on a structured piece of content, Elden Ring doesn't have story. It just has very good lore. I did start doing research on it, and I found out that j.r.r. Martin, who wrote the stuff for Elden Ring, doesn't even call it a story. He says he gave them lore, interestingly enough. It has both gendered and non-gendered pronouns. Yes. Yeah, and I believe Chinese, for example, so this is where my Chinese knowledge comes in. If you are writing on paper the word for he or she, you can tell the difference that you're saying he or she. But if you speak it, you can't tell the difference. Yes, Wally, that's what I'm concluding. Do it. What is Ben saying do it for? Is it Elden Ring that you have to piece lore together from the game? Yes, party. Elden Ring is extremely lore heavy, and I'm feeling like what I'm experiencing in the game is intended to be the story. Twilight. Oh no. Are we talking vampire? FromSoft is one of the few. Yes. Okay, so Min, if there is a real story happening and you're simply experiencing it as you play it, then they're doing something unprecedented. Maybe Breath of the Wild? I still feel, though, that Breath of the Wild and Twilight, what is it called? Party? You're a Zelda person. What's the Tears of the Kingdom? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I'm probably going to get executed by Switch fans. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild still have cutscenes. So this is where I'm saying, if you have a cutscene and it's it has a scene with a character and there's a progression, even if it's non-linear, it's still a story. The stories don't have to be linear. It can be non-linear. Well, the Soul series, anyway. Okay, Wooly. You are making so much sense to me now. Yeah, this is making sense. Yeah, George only does the world building. Okay, yeah. Yeah, see, that's where I'm at, Wooly, is I feel like if we're talking about story, there has to be a form to it. There has to be a rise and a fall. Now, is it formulaic? Yes. But it could be linear, it could be non-linear, but there has to be a form to it, I guess. You have to be able to say this happened and that happened, and then I saw this happen. But maybe FromSoft is doing something so different. And so that's why I don't want to come in and be like, there is no story here, when maybe it's a whole new idea of a story. And I'm very excited. Right, Epic. Yeah, that's why I've been just trying to enjoy the game. But I'm wondering now, does all of these there's clearly an Elden Ring fan base here. Should I be taking notes as I'm playing it? Because I'm terrible for remembering factoids. Like, if that's going to form my story, should I be taking notes? Please put away the knife. Party was like no lifing Tears of the Kingdom. And you were kind of moved by some parts of that story, right, Party? I'm just wondering if I should be taking notes on Elden Ring. I feel like I should be. I think some people don't want to really engage with something that's going to challenge them too much, and they just want to enjoy the gameplay, because Elden Ring's gameplay is top tier, right? Like, we're talking like Dragon's Dogma 2 kind of stuff. So I think a lot of bros want to just go in there and have a good time, and the story is what you make it. That's my gut. That's what I've been coming to the conclusion of, but I've been struggling with whether to call it a story or not. Yeah. Okay, Epic Cthulhu. Maybe I'll do that. Yes, Min. Yeah. Okay, Wooly. I'll start taking notes. Because clearly, like, I'm starting to get worried. You know what I mean? Like, um I don't want to come out of it and be like, I didn't see the story, and then people are like, bruh, it was right here, right? I'm not seeing the forest for the trees. But this makes more sense, and I will start taking notes then, because clearly there are things that are happening around me that I know that I'm kind of looking in on in terms of the lore, like things are happening or have happened. But I just want to make sure that I'm aware here. Okay. Okay. And see, okay, so maybe this is where, okay, this is maybe where I'm I'm at a loss. Okay? Cuz there are like two people in this world, I believe. People who live in themselves, in their body, and people who are cerebral. And people who are cerebral float through the world and don't realize stuff. I'm going to give an example. Today, I walked out of my room and I was prepping to go out to church and stuff. And I see my sister, and my sister doesn't look good. She's like, I don't think I can go to sushi. I'm not feeling well. And I'm like, oh, okay. And so then I left. I went away. And then I was like, okay, I wonder if she's going to be able to go to sushi. And then we decided to go to her church and pick her up there. We go to separate churches. And then when I was there, I approached her. I was like, you went to church. Weren't you feeling sick? She was like, I was going to go anyway. Like, I felt okay enough to go there at least. Like, I was like, oh, and she was like, how could you not notice? I was wearing my Sunday gear when we were talking. And everyone in the chat, I hadn't noticed that she was wearing a skirt and leggings and a really nice shirt and her favorite red cardigan. That's how not lived. Like, I'm not, that's me. Like, Party will tell you this. Like, she can get a new haircut and I am not going to notice for ages. I'm like those husbands where the wives are like, honey, do you notice anything different? And I'm like, what? And so my problem is if Elden Ring is about noticing enemy placements and noticing architecture and noticing the world, that's like me doing something I don't do naturally in real life. And this is why, like, people are like, oh, did you know, that guy smelled. I'm like, did he? Like, you have to have body odor coming out of the wazoo for me to notice that you haven't bathed. Like, I'm just that kind of person. And so that's maybe where I might struggle. Yes, I'm very out to lunch. I always got lost in the Beijing airport, even though Beijing airport is actually not that bad. Yeah, Wally, I do agree that gaming is in danger of being co-opted by either ideologues or by money-making people. One of those two. So, like a week or two ago, I looked at my one sister and I realized her hair was darker than usual, and I was like, "Your hair is darker than usual." And she turned to me and she said my name, and then she was like, "It's been like that for a year." um, but yeah, is so I drift through the world, and this is where my problem is. I drift through the world in such a mode that's hard for me to sometimes understand. Like I've fallen down repeatedly because I'm not aware of the ground underneath my feet, and when in China sometimes the sidewalks were not flat like they should be, and they would be like uneven, and I've fallen so hard that I've lost feeling in one of my part of my knee permanently. Like this is like it's a wonder I'm not run over or have not broken bones yet. I think I've only survived not harming myself because I almost never go outside. So maybe my issue with Elden Ring so far in terms of understanding what is going on is because I'm literally not like it has to be super obvious to me that it's a story, and that's maybe why I've enjoyed Final Fantasy 14 so much and why Elden Ring has been such a struggle for me. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, everyone. I'm in. A litwit is a person who is witty and also litty and is also lit. um, um, but yeah, I think I'm going to have to just make myself really present more than usual, and and learn to enjoy a story without the handrails on. Yeah. Yeah. Woolly. Well, and here's the thing, like I'm willing to admit that maybe because of how I operate in real life, it might be affecting how I'm going at the game, and I need to have a mental shift. And maybe this is what I need to know. And this will help me really understand what I need to do in order to get the most out of it. Because I'm going to be frank, I think the environment, I've been making it my goal to just get to an outcropping where I can see the golden tree because I think it looks gorgeous and beautiful. So I've been working my way northward, question mark, and just trying to get past certain things. And it's been a real journey and I've been enjoying it for the most part. But I was wondering, like, I've had a couple cutscenes. I've met some characters. I've met the maiden. Certain things have happened, but I've not fully understood what's going on. Like if you came to me and were like, "Who are the bad guys?" I'd be like, "I don't know their names, but I think there's a bunch of bosses I have to kill, and that's it." Like I can't point and be like, "That is the problem." I'm invested, and so the reason why I'm not no lifing Elden Ring is because I have no investment in it. Because I don't feel that crunch in my soul. Like I want to overcome this mystery. I want to, and maybe it's because I'm looking at it the wrong way. Yes, okay. Yeah. Put any recommendations and then just tag it under spoiler and say for after Elden Ring. Scions of the Tarnished. Yeah. So I want to give Elden Ring its fair shake. I don't like it when people, I don't know if anyone was familiar with certain people going after Elden Ring for being too hard or not being accessible and things like that. And I felt like that was very unfair because it was essentially crapping on like devs who had worked so hard to make this absolutely brilliant game. And I don't want to shortchange the game in any way and just shit on it without giving it its fair due. Oh, Wally, yeah. Okay, well, in the Discord that you have now joined, Ben, there is something under Chieko Kurokumo. You'll see something that says content requests, and you can plop stuff in there. And just make a note for me on when I should watch it. Okay. I'm going to just sip from this rapidly cooling cup of coffee. Coffee ASMR. Oh my gosh. So I was playing Elden Ring with my brother. Not to be confused with the other brothers that we've met this evening. This is another brother. This is the brother who I think is probably like a very good gamer. And that brother has been helping me survive. But we had problems because once he joins my world, this means everyone and their uncle can start PvPing me, which I'm going to be honest, I am not liking at all. Period. So that would be my one critique is like, can I just partner up and not have to deal with people? And someone was like, well, there's a mod. And I would do that, but my brother is a bit of a stickler about running things. So he was like, no. So we ended up going on a quest to pick up this extra item. So now if someone hops in to do PvP, I have an automatic, so my brother's there to protect me, and another player will be automatically summoned to help protect me. So it's 3 against 1. So things have gone better now. Epic's gonna invade me. Oh, Epic, you can't understand how terrible of a player I am. At one point in time, this person invaded our world, and my brother was so adorable. He knew that like I was going to be completely terrible. So he was like, get in the tower, get up the ladder. He was literally batting down the hatches and like putting the women and children in the lifeboat. And and I was like, okay. So I ran up the ladder and hiding in the tower while I'm watching my brother as this big macho warrior with this huge sword go out to do battle. But, you know, he's running more of a PvE build, not a PvP build. And you can imagine how it went. He died trying to protect me. And then I died from falling off the ladder. So it all ended well. But it was kind of sweet knowing that my little brother was doing his best to protect me. It was very, very adorable. And I thank him very much for his patience. Yeah, there you go, Epic. Yeah, I definitely, I'm not going to lie, I was very happy to have 3, and I have not played with him recently. He's been busy. I've been busy. We've been ships in the night. So I've been doing it on my own, which is even funnier because you can imagine how terrible I am. The other day, I got a tiny dopamine rush from beating a crab on my own. That's how bad I am, everyone. I just need everyone to understand that it's a miracle I cleared Savage. Like a Savage raid. Like, I am not a god tier gamer. I am so terrible. But I like I don't mind learning things if I feel like I can learn it, if that makes sense. Yeah, Wally. Honestly, I loved how diegetic um everything is in Elden Ring. And like there were a lot of people talking about the menus and the UI. I don't get it. Oh, thanks, Ben. Yeah, so I went from clicking like hidden object mystery puzzles in Myst, right? And I ended up clearing P1S, P2S, and P3S. P3S, everyone. Let me see if I can find for you P3S. I might have lost it. I don't know if I'm pretty sure I haven't told the community, but my hard drive died. My SSD is fine, but multiple power failures in this very old building killed my hard drive, and I lost my hard drive, which was it was pretty bad. I'm gonna see if I can find my notes. Oh, I play with mouse and keyboard, and I switched to an MMO mouse, and I cleared the Savage using let's see, I'm trying to remember. I was using a um I was a summoner. I did it on the easiest class possible, right? Like that's so brain dead. Anyone can do it. But for me it was pretty it was pretty crucial. Let's just say that. It was pretty crucial for me to choose like a really, 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 really simple class because, helpless. But enjoying I have been enjoying doing Elden Ring. I just am very slow at it, and I think I would make everyone want to like yeah. Oh, I can only imagine. I could not. I don't think I could. I don't think I yeah, I don't think I would do that. Yeah. Yeah, so Elden Ring, I love it. I love the music. I love the voice acting. I think the voice acting is top tier. Um, but I can't handle some of the fighting. It still is very new to me, so I'm a bit like a babe flailing in the womb. I think I fight more with the camera control than anything else. Yeah, so oddly enough, I have only started recently doing warrior. For some reason, I went for paladin for my tank, which was Wilden and a big mistake. White mage is what I do, and I use macros for white mage and summoner. Yes. Yeah, that's very kind of you, party. Thank you. Thank you. Um, but I'm a slow learner. And in fact, to be honest with everyone here, like sometimes people are like, "Oh, you know so much." It took me a long time. Like I, it might surprise people, but when I was very young, I couldn't write or read very well. I was a very slow learner in everything. So it was just very, very, very difficult for me to learn. And so even to this day, I'm a very slow learner. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get back to chatting about um on fairy stories or on fairy tales. So, once again, to just quickly review in case people have forgotten in the intervening moment, he's now going to talk about why do fairy stories matter. And he's going to point out that kids it should not be connected to children necessarily. and that children are actually humans just like adults. So it's not a it's not a great thing to treat children like they're not humans, because children are actually aware of things and they are going to want to know if something is true or not because they're stupid, but because they want to know if it will appeal to them or not. And he thinks that adapting stuff for children is dangerous. It says here, in recent times, fairy stories have been written or adapted for children, but so may music be, or verse, or novels, or history, or scientific manuals. It is a dangerous process, even when it is necessary. So in this case, I think this is a real shame, because sometimes you lose the meaning of something by downgrading it for a younger brain or a younger mind. I don't know if we have any scientists in chat, but essentially, I believe anyway that something is lost when you try to explain physics to people. So, like normal people, you can try to explain certain concepts from physics, but usually in the process, misinformation will proliferate somewhere. I don't know if many people here are familiar with the source or the origin of manifestation, but the origin of manifestation actually comes from a misunderstanding of physics. And these kinds of philosophies or ideas come from people trying to engage with something that they're not adequately, shall we say, prepared to handle. And therefore, we might think we're doing people a favor by dumbing something down, but in fact, we're removing important things. And got me with your April Fool's stream. Children are demons in little tiny bodies. Sometimes. Oh my gosh, Ben. So I think I made a stream and I didn't know what I was doing. And yeah, I'm now slightly knowing what I'm doing. Let me know, everyone, if you enjoyed the stream and if you'd like me to stream again in the future, and I will try to do it a bit more often. So these fairy stories were adapted for children, and this resulted in a lot of stuff basically being dumbed down and losing its energy, its meaning. And Andrew Lang, remember, this is the person who wrote the fairy books, he wanted to create collections for children, and he made some observations, and he said, they represent the young age of man true to his early loves and have his unblended edge of belief, a fresh appetite for marvels. Is it true, he says, is the great question children ask. And Tolkien says, I suspect that belief and appetite for marvels are regarded as identical or closely related, but they are radically different. Though the appetite for marvels is not at once or first differentiated by a growing human mind from its general appetite, it seems fairly clear that Lang was using belief in its original sense, belief that a thing exists or can happen in the real primary world. If so, then I fear that Lang's words, stripped of sentiment, can only imply that the teller of marvelous tales to children must or may, or at any rate does, trade on their credulity on the lack of experience, which makes it less easy for children to distinguish fact from fiction. And so he really dislikes how Lang is talking about this whole process of dumbing things down for children. And he basically suggests that children can suspend what he calls willing suspension of disbelief, right? Children can choose not to believe something, but this is not a great way to really look at what's happening. So this is where things get kind of interesting. Again, once I keep saying that because it's really interesting all the way through. But what really happens is that the story maker proves a successful sub-creator. He makes a secondary world which your mind can enter. Inside it, what he relates is true. It accords with the laws of the world. You therefore believe it while you are, as it were, inside. The moment disbelief arises, the spell is broken, the magic, or rather art, has failed. You are then out in the primary world again, looking at a little abortive secondary world from the outside. If you are obliged by kindliness or circumstance to stay, then disbelief must be suspended or stifled, otherwise listening and looking would become intolerable. Okay, so I'm going to kind of give an example here. Let's say you're reading a book or watching a film, right? And you enter in, and the story is pretty good. It draws you in. You can't, you're in that moment. You're kind of, it's almost like a flow state, right? You're really in that world. But then someone says something really stupid that sounds like it came out of like a woke agenda magazine. You're instantly like Free Guy. I was enjoying Free Guy up until the NPCs did that speech. And then I was like, I'm done. I'm out. What happened? Like, what was going on? And what I think happened is that the writing became so ham-fisted, it broke the spell of what was going on in what was not already a great story. But, I can suspend my disbelief. So I was willing to play along. But when it got too strained, when things went too far, it broke that spell. And from that moment on, for the rest of the film, I was unable to stop critiquing it because the cracks that I could ignore before became triply manifested. Black Panther did that to me as well. I wanted Black Panther to be good because I believe that either African American or African cultures or other African cultures, diaspora throughout the world, right? I think they have so much to offer to add into science fantasy, into science fiction, right? They have a lot to give from their mythologies and from their folklore and everything. But if you start ham-fisting in something very political, it breaks that suspension that I want to believe in, and then it becomes more difficult. And for me, some films have done that. And Black Panther, for example, had fantastic music. I don't know if anyone is aware of this, but Black Panther is really fantastic. But it was a moment where I wanted to believe, and then I was just pulled right out, and I couldn't believe it anymore. And that was just really tough. So this can happen. And it can happen because the author was careless and did a plot hole, right? There's a plot hole. There is something that breaks the lore. So let's say your character is a vampire and you've repeated over and over again that vampires can't cross water, they can't get hit by silver, and they can't be touched by sunlight. And then because you just needed to have the scene at a certain time of day, you decide to break the sunlight. Like, that's going to instantly kill everything, isn't it? And so, yeah. And this is where I think mistakes can be made. And this suspension of disbelief can be broken. But even worse, you might have to, right? You are obliged by kindliness or circumstance to stay. You've paid for the ticket. You're trapped in the theater. You could walk out, but you paid for the ticket. What do you do, right? So you then have to sit there and just notice everything. And this is where it can get really rough, right? Where the cracks begin to show. Now, he talks about cricket, where he's not really into it, but he's willing to sit down and watch it for a little bit. And he believes that this idea about suspending disbelief is actually an adult activity, because adults usually are in a state of mind where they have to divorce themselves so that they can fully be present for that story or whatever. And this is interesting. I fancy it is often the state of adults in the presence of a fairy story. Wow. They are held there and supported by sentiment. Memories of childhood, guilds, or notions of what childhood ought to be like, rating with your guild. They think they ought to like the tale, the new WoW stories. But if they really liked it for themselves, they would not have to suspend disbelief. Ignore the cutscenes. They would believe in the sense. So, I mean, I think we all do this at some point in time. We have these rose-tinted glasses about things that we like, and we got to be careful about that. That's a thing that you got to, especially if you're an analyst, you got to really be critical, and that can be very hard. Especially like if you're, I don't know, like let's say you're coming off of the high of a Final Fantasy 14 expansion, you might not be ready to hear any critiques about what could have been done better, right? And the same thing is true of anything, right? It could be WoW players, it could be 14 players. Yeah, the shade is harsh but fair. Yeah, and once again, I don't want to be negative unfairly about WoW, but what I'm suggesting is that I've heard from a lot of WoW players that things aren't the way they were before, and that they're hanging in there because of the nostalgia, right? It's happened to Star Wars fans. As a Star Wars fan, this happened to me, right? I was there. I was there on Force Awakens. I was ready to believe, right? And I left Force Awakens going, okay, it could get good, right? And then what happened? Last Jedi happened, didn't it? And I had a bit of a shit fit. I was not running around. Hey, Shay. Yes, I'm trying live streaming. This is my first ever live stream. Thank you for coming. I've not yet heard it. I try to be as fair as I can. I really tried to be as fair as I could. I gave Force Awakens a fair shake. Same thing, I'm trying to give BFA a fair shake. I'm trying to give Elden Ring its fair due shake, right? Like, I want to be fair as I can. I've always tried to be balanced, but sometimes you need distance, right? Sometimes you need distance or whatever, and it's hard to not get sucked up into hype or get sucked up into groupthink. And so one of the things I think that WoW players, I've heard from WoW players anyway, that have shared with me, is that many of them feel like they're struggling to connect with the game, but they're still there because of these notions of how I should feel about it. And I think some Final Fantasy 14 players are there as well. I quit after Last Jedi. You and me, Ben. You and me, Ben. I was watching Shad Diversity's breakdown of the lightsaber duel, and it was bad. Yeah, the undermining or degradation of quality is rather widespread. Yeah. Hey, there were aspects of the first two films that I was there for. Epic. I wanted Finn to be a Jedi. Am I crazy? Am I the only person who wanted that? I think I was not. I think there were other people who wanted it. I wanted Poe to also become a Jedi, but like a space fighter Jedi, like a Corran Horn. I wanted Poe to be the Corran Horn, and I wanted Finn to be like, I'm trying to think of an Imperial who ended up with Force powers. I'm trying to think of an expanded universe. Kip Duron? Was Kip? No, Kip was like a rascal that Han Solo found, wasn't he? I'm searching back in the memory vaults of my Star Wars book reading years. I was huge into Star Wars, everyone. I collected the expanded universe like it was candy. And so epic because I actually liked what they were doing in Force Awakens. I felt that Last Jedi cucked Poe, cucked Finn. Once again, I was there for the little Asian girl, the Vietnamese girl, Rose, Tico. Once again, I actually have a close friend who's Chinese, who's I want to say biomechanical engineer. She's incredibly intelligent. She physically looks very similar to Rose, Tico. Very short, cute, round-faced, right? I was ready to see an Asian girl rock, and she behaved like a whack nut. Like the stuff that they told her to do as a character was like, you're running. I'm spiraling. I'm spiraling. I loved many of the characters, and I felt like they did wild things with the characters, but I wanted to believe. Epic. I was not one of those people who went in with like negativity into Last Jedi. I actually thought Force Awakens was a fair start. There were things about it that could annoy me a little bit, but I was able to suspend my disbelief and just enjoy it. But then things went off. Epic, you're off the team. I love Shad diversity. Yeah, I love Shad. He's really great. I feel like he's very, very... He's someone I look up to because he seems to be very measured. Finn was wasted, yes. Finn was shafted hardcore. And I didn't like how they made Poe. So, like, I'm okay with having like Sokka. Remember Sokka in Avatar: The Last Airbender? Was basically a dude who had bad attitude issues about women and needed to learn, right? But what they did with Poe was so random and just whack. It was like, get him out of here. Great thumbnail. Kai? I don't recognize Kai. Is Kai the Kai that I know? Luke was flayed and quartered. Luke was flayed and quartered. I agree, Ben. I was like Fate of the Jedi series. I was like freaking out. And I need everyone to understand that like Star Wars for me was so real. When Luke and Mara had Ben, I went downstairs and I was like, Mom, Luke and Mara have had a baby. And Mom's like, who's Luke and Mara? I was like, Luke Skywalker and Mara Jade. And my mom just looked at me and was like, okay, Zoomer. Okay, Zennial. She thought it was insane. But they were so real to me. You know what I mean? And so that's why, like, what happened to Luke, I had to go lie down. But I don't get upset if people like something that I didn't enjoy. I just need to be clear. I have friends who loved Rings of Power. I have people in my life who enjoyed the new Star Wars. I never get upset about shit like that because I believe there's a severe separation between, not severe, but there is not, like, enjoyment and quality are not inclusive. They can be exclusive. WoW player since vanilla myself, I saw the degradation in WoD. I think that's Warlords of Draenor, right? Legion was a fun rally, but then was simply not good. I checked out. You're a trooper for trying to do BFA. I'm trying, Jared. I'm trying. I got to this place that might be a dungeon, and I can't do it because there's no one there. So it's great. So good. Finn should have been an undercover Last Jedi. Yes. Yeah, and once again, we could have an unlovable female lead, Shay, but she has to change. We have to see change happening. She can't just be a know-it-all. I read one of the Darth Bane books. That was cool. Rule of Two origin. Yes. There are so many good EU books. Maybe I should do a review of them or do a tier list of my favorite, and then people can mold about my tier list. Shay, wait, Chieko's playing through BFA? I'm trying, Shay. I'm trying. I'm lost and confused, but I am doing a little bit of it on the side. I'm currently wanting to work with Party on finishing Endwalker, and then maybe I can switch over. I just really am excited to play Endwalker with my sister. Finn was such a wasted character. The potential for a redeemed stormtrooper to become a Jedi was right there. They should have all been Jedis. I know that's goofy and weird, but why is Rey the only one? Why can't we have some hot guy Okay, never mind. That's me just getting a bit thirsty. They win when they make us feel alone. No, they win because of their guns. Yeah, that was... Once again, I am okay with having sentimental women to a certain degree, right? It's okay. But sentimental woman wouldn't be in that position. They would be nowhere near that place. You got to put them in their right place where they make sense as a character. You could have hidden sentimentalism, right? Where you have, and this is like one of those like war films where the men are hiding their trauma and their ideals deep down. I think there's a lot that could be done there. The way they did it was so ham-fisted. It was just so bad. And once again, I wanted Rose Tico to be good. Her kissing Finn, and it was just terrible. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's the Kai that I do know. Hello, Kai. Kai is one of my fellow Final Fantasy XIV enjoyers. We played together in the game. If anyone is on Lamia, feel free to search out for Kurokumo. One of my alts is Chieko Kurokumo, by the way. Yeah, so Ben Jason Solo TLDR goes to the dark side, and one of the most powerful EU expanded universe books ever is the book where Jason fights his twin sister who's good, and it's twin versus twin. It's one of the most... I could only read it one time. It was that emotionally... It was... yeah. And Jason tried to turn Ben Skywalker. So Ben learned a few things, and then Luke goes into exile as an apology to the Galactic Empire for, air quote, not knowing that his nephew had gone to the dark side. So he goes on this journey to kind of find out where Jason went wrong, and in the process, he basically finds a planet full of Sith, and they discover this being that was actually being bound within the Kessel Run. So the Kessel Run isn't actually just a random thing of black holes. The black holes were artificially placed to pen in this creature. Like, just read it. So good. So good. I was like... I totally agree with Finn being shafted. I wish they didn't kill Phasma, but I'll be honest, I never liked Luke, so I found him ending up... Luke is, in my opinion, epic. Not an actual real person in the films. I think I should do a talk about how I read Star Wars. In my opinion, Star Wars is mythological. It's not actually about psychology at all. There are some ways in which psychology is used to create the characters, but the characters themselves are actually just archetypes. And this is where, if you don't like the Luke archetype, you're not going to like Luke, if that makes sense, because he's not actually... He has person moments where he's emoting and he's doing things, right? But his function in the story, and the function of most of the characters, in my opinion, in the story of Star Wars, are not, in fact, to be people. And that sounds weird, but I'm going to hold by it. And so if you don't like Luke, that's understandable. I hope so. How many do you know? Kai? That is true. But you'd be surprised by how out of touch I can be not recognizing people. I'm all for the dark side. They have cupcakes. Epic. That's what I've heard. Yeah, Wooly, that is a good point that you make about. So Wooly is hoping Knights of the Old Republic will never be remade, because if they f that up, like people are going to. Yes, Epic. I have actually tried SWTOR, and I found the world to be brilliant. I love playing the music, just flying, even in the cutscenes through Coruscant to your apartment. It was like a Star Wars fan's wet dream come true. There was some things I felt like I never connected really well with the gameplay, and I will admit I could only play the free trial. So once again, screwed over by free trial. But what little I played of SWTOR, I did enjoy it, and I thought the story was pretty good. This lore is blowing my mind. What? The book with Jason and Jaina? I believe. Am I right? Chat, do you think I'm going to be right? Yeah. There we go. It's called Invincible by Troy Denning. Read it and weep. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say. I could only read it once. Yeah. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say. So this is called A Legacy of the Force. It's a 41 ABY. Yeah. This story legitimately gutted me, Ben. It literally gutted me. It was a tough one. In each of the chapters starts with, remember, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Jason Solo's character, but Jason Solo's character was intended, he was always a bit of a jokester. So each of the chapters, if I recall correctly, each of the chapters began with a little joke or pun that he made. And I was crushed. Yeah. They knew how to tug on the heart. I just felt it was crushed. Are these books good? From a technical standard, I'd put them at about a B tier. I think they're very competent for what they're doing. Do I think they're like Dune or Lord of the Rings or Shakespeare? No. But do I think these books are very good for what they are? Yes. I highly recommend. If anyone is like, oh, I don't know what to read, I do actually recommend the Star Wars Legends stuff. Do we have a list of the books? We're going down a rabbit hole. Chieko might be going down another rabbit hole. Yeah, so this is having reached peace with the Yuzhan Vong. That was a whole mind flip. I remember like freaking out during the Yuzhan Vong arc. I couldn't sleep sometimes. I was vibrating, shall I say. Luke and Ben travel the galaxy to determine the causes of Jason's descent into evil, while Abeloth and the Kashiri Sith attempt to take over the galaxy. It's really good. Oh no, Wooly. Are they trying to remake it for modern audiences? Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. Yeah, I agree. Let it die in its infancy. He's a blank face for the audience to use as a vehicle. In my opinion, yeah. He's an archetype of a certain kind of hero. And he is very, how can I say it? He also has this idealism that can be very immature feeling and kind of feel like out of touch. Oh, that's very fascinating. Mark Hamill said, twisted my view entirely. He said he struggled playing Luke until he mimicked George Lucas. That's very fascinating. Yeah, George himself might be a very idealistic person, and that's why certain things happened the way they did. The EU is canon. Disney can burn. Yeah, look, Shay, here's the thing. I think if they lifted out all of the words and all of the quests and plopped it back in, maybe with a few like little upgrades here and there, I think a lot of people would be totally a-okay with the remake. But as soon as you start hearing the words remaking for modern audiences, you're going to start thinking, are they going to go in there and are they going to put some BS in there? And I think that's where I think some fans rightfully are worried. I also started to play Baldur's Gate 3. I loved what I played of Divinity Original Sin 2. I've never completed it. I have deep respect for Baldur's Gate 3 Larian Studios for their ability to write a story. And once again, I think having progressive elements or having different elements in a story does not need to make it bad. It's how it's written and whether it's like getting preachy. Remember what we talked about with Tolkien saying like the fables are okay stories, but if things start getting too preachy, it takes away from that genre. I play FF14. I eat despair for breakfast. Remake of Raven Story. Rage noises. Fully rendered genitalia. Oh, do you think they would put that in, Wally? Do you think they would put BG? Would they put genitalia in a Star Wars game? Maybe. Luke is actually a lot like Alphino, Min, except Alphino is better educated. But Luke and Alphino are idealists who see the world as they want to see it. But the interesting thing is the expanded universe books, the Legacy series. Okay, so the Legacy, the real books. Maybe that might be a hot topic for people here, but what I consider to be the real Star Wars story, which is this here called Legacy. This Legacy stuff actually unpacks how Luke slowly gets grounded, and part of his maturation process is actually Mara Jade. Yes, Wally, you are right. You are right. And in fact, I would argue it is Luke's idealism that strengthens him when he says, I am a Jedi like my father before me. In that moment, I think that's part of what starts the train in Anakin's mind and turns him back. True, Shay. True. Yeah. Yeah. It is. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. What about a Twi'lek, Epic Cthulhu? What about a Twi'lek dancing girl? What do you think about that? Darth Vader is closer to Gaius Van Belsar, perhaps. Wooly. OMG. You have my heart beating a little faster. So my favorite Legacy series books is Starfighters of Adamar by Aaron Alston. My second favorite is Wraith Squadron. My third favorite is the X-Wing series by Stackpole. And then after that comes j.r.r. So recently Asmongold was saying, why would anyone want to play a Star Wars game without sabers and Jedi powers? And I was in the corner going, me actually, because my favorite characters were not Jedi. And I really respected the characters. My favorite moment in j.r.r, Wooly Ram will know this one, is Cornhorn's undercover as a pirate, and he finds himself facing Tycho Kelchu, and he's reading him through the Force, and he realizes that even with the help of his Force powers, sensing what Tycho is going to do next is almost impossible because Tycho's brain is on a whole other level. And that is when anyway, that's another stream. Let's just say I had major crushes on Face, Lauren, Wes Jansen. Hobby Clivian was probably my favorite because of his dour nature. I loved Wen Gentiles. I was a hardcore fangirl for Tycho Kelchu. Like I'm nerding out. Gaius is one of those things where I kept a lid on it, and then Party got to a certain part of Shadowbringers, and she was like, wait a minute, what? And when she found out it was Gaius Van Belsar, she was like practically screaming, and she lost her shit. And I think that's when it was sealed. Like, if she wasn't enjoying herself up until that moment, which she was, but look at Party. Oh my, Party. What? Daddy Gaius? Is that really what you're going to say? Kai, what's my opinion on Baldur's Gate 3 so far? I made an elf boy. He is going to be gay. He's going to hopefully bang both Gale and Asterion. And that's probably going to make a lot of guys in the chat feel very uncomfortable. But I am a mild Fujoshi. I'm a closet one. So I'm going to go for everything. And by the way, when I played Geralt in Witcher 3, he had all the girlfriends, and he had no one at the end, which was very fascinating. Gaius VA in A Realm Reborn was instructed to do Vader impression, if I recall correctly. Oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. Anakin and Asterion. So, have you played through Sword of Wurlet? I did. I cried. Sword of Wurlet is so good. Yes, it is. Did anyone get Full Metal Alchemist vibes from that? That was my favorite Star Wars game, KOTOR. Oh, by the way, Party has not finished Sorrow of Wurlet. We are going to work on it. So don't tell too much spoilers in the chat about Sorrow of Wurlet, because Party hasn't quite finished it yet. Yeah, Min, I don't know if anyone has watched X-Files, but there was a scene in X-Files that was like that one scene, and yeah, I was oh yes, wasn't Amy Hennig like removed or something? And she was the one who did such an awesome job with the Nathan Drake series. Yeah, Party was freaking out. Excuse me, Bish. I was tricked into being with Gale. Oh, Jared. So far, I'm enjoying what I have seen of the story. For Kai, who asked me way back, my only struggle is that So like I said, my building is very old where I live. There was multiple power outages. It killed, between that and overuse, it killed my hard drive upon which I had my Baldur's Gate 3 save. And because my hard drive died, I don't have room on my SSD and VME. So I have to replace my hard drive, which is a whole thing. And since I'm traveling right now, like I will be traveling this week, I just don't have the time to go out, get it, and then install it. So right now, no Baldur's Gate 3 for me. But I was enjoying it up until the moment that I lost my game. Ben, she does not theory craft at all. And so everything is just a surprise. Yeah, Wally. Yeah, definitely. Kai's like not a closet Fujoshi. Yes. Yeah, poor Kai. Kai is playing a version of Meteor in the game right now. Kai is just getting into Heavensward, everyone. So exciting for Kai. And whenever my cat boy goes near his Derplander, things get a little spicy, right, Kai? Code Geass. Code Geass Lelouch? Is that what it is? Where the going back in time? Or like manipulating time? Or manipulating because of knowledge of the... Yeah. I am a closet. I mean, maybe not so much in the closet now. I might have come out of the closet. Min. Soul Reaver Sega. I've heard about Soul Reaver. Did Josh Strife Hayes talk about Soul Reaver? Fujoshi. My nostalgia just reverted to pre-WoW Agne. Best video game ever, including KOTOR. Kane is amazing. I feel like I read or listened to, I listened to a review by Josh Strife Hayes of Legacy of Kain or Soul Reaver. I'm not sure. Can you play these games on your PC? Ishgard crew. Spicy. Catholic French and cough. Yeah, Ben, I'm pretty sure I saw that. I'm pretty sure. Like, Josh Strife Hayes is my second monitor content sometimes. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't get Catholicism, right? Like, oh my gosh. Oh, Wooly. Oh, you should have been there. I was in my 4th year, right? So this is a 4th year seminar class. These are chicks that are preparing potentially to take a master's, okay? And we're reading a piece of Gothic literature by a person. Okay, so this is the piece. It's called Castle of Otranto. I don't know if anyone's read this. This is a very short piece of work. You could literally read it probably in a couple hours. So this is like the book. And this is the book. And it's a very short Gothic piece. And you find out basically that there's like part of the castle has like a little monastery, right? And they were talking about the church and the symbology of the power of the church or something. And they were like, oh, it's the church. And the prof was like, that this is not the Church of England. Like, this is not English, right? They were like, really? She was like, no, this is Catholic. This is set in Italy or whatever. And then they were like, oh. And they couldn't tell the difference because in the book, there's a monk and there's a monastery. Even with that information, they couldn't figure out whether it was Protestant or Catholic. And that was white people in Canada. not getting it. So I get if the Japanese are a bit sketchy on it because it's not part of their culture really. White people not getting it is hilarious. It's just hilarious. I don't get too judgy, but I was like, girls, time to like get a bit reading. Just a little bit. Yeah, man. I was a yeah. Let's just say my fan fiction years were misbegotten and ill spent. I did write a lot of like male female romances as well. Um you could run them on a toaster. Okay. Oh, GOG. Okay. Is Ben ancient? Oh. We got some self-doxing here. Ben's ancient. Is Ben more ancient than me? That is the question. But yeah. Oh, that's true, Epic. That's true. Whoa, Shay, that is really interesting. So you can read the scripts. Yeah, I definitely think like role playing and is a really interesting form of creativity for sure. Seeing homies. Uh, Ben and I, since we're both relatively ancient, probably compared to a lot of people here. So we can delete this, but I highly recommend like taking time to go through and trying out some of these legacy books. This new expanded universe that Disney is running is a sham. Don't go there. Don't put your money into it. Just buy the legacy books. And the good news is you can get some of them for fairly cheap secondhand. And they're worth reading. And I highly recommend all of the X-Wing stuff. iJedi. iJedi is, I believe, the only Star Wars book written in first-person perspective. Almost everything else is written third-person normal narration. iJedi is the only one that's written first-person perspective. So I would read that as, I believe, Ming. Oh, Wooly. 17th, 21st next year. Oh, Wooly, you're in my ballpark as well. Yeah. We're filled with ancient wisdom. I believe, Min, if you're trying to go for the Chinese, I believe it's Ming. I could be wrong. Let's try it out. Yeah. Ming. Let's see. Ming Tian. Yeah, tomorrow, I think. Ming Tian means tomorrow? Or Ming Tian next month? Ming Tian? My Chinese is slipping, everyone. My Chinese is slipping. Trying to remember what it is in Japanese, because the Japanese sound for the character is different. Yeah. I'm old, Gandalf. I'm like butter scraped over too much bread. Yeah, I always tell people I'm like Benjamin Button. When I was 10, I was a very dire child. I was thinking about death. I was thinking about aging. I was thinking about just very dark things. And I've learned to lighten up. Do you think it's May? Maytian? Mayten? Maytian? Maytian? Meitian in Chinese means every day. This I do know. This one I do know for sure. This is Meitian. Meitian Do means every day. My Chinese is seeping back to me. Yeah, Min, I think there's different readings for characters, and depending on whether it's Chinese or Japanese, it's going to sound different. Right? Like the difference will be quite obvious between the two languages sometimes, although I think Japanese will have what they call there's like two readings in Japanese, one that's closer to the original sound and then their own sound. But I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on this one. But anyway, that's just language, random language. Hopefully Min will tell us why they want to know how to do Mei or Ming. Hopefully. Well, we're slowly making our way through this. So what I'm thinking about doing is, so we're not here all night. What I will do is I will sit down and I will crunch this lecture of this wonderful thing, or I'll do a second stream. What do you guys think? Should I do a second stream where I'm crunching this down further? Or do you think I should just do a straight up lecture on it of the rest of this? Because there's so much more to get into. Like, he starts talking about why we should read fantasy. He starts talking about the power of fantasy, and I just want to give it its full due. What do you all think? And did everyone get the Discord link as well? I think everyone got it, right? Because I am aware that Party probably has to go to sleep at some point. So, because Party, I mean, I also will have to sleep at some point, but Party has like a job where her bosses will scream at her if she won't show up on time. Maybe I'll do a second stream, everyone. I feel like everyone has been very Yeah, Shay, it's past midnight here as well. So I'm going to make another live stream. It will probably take place the same time, if that's okay with everyone. She should tell her boss to suck it. Party is a free elf. Yeah. I will be actually at Party's house, but I think we can still. Oh, maybe I won't be at Party's house next week. I'm going into America next week to visit a friend. Yeah, I am a bit of a night owl. Yes. but even night owls need to let people go. So I will consider when I can do my next stream, because yeah, but I will let everyone know. What time did this one start, Shay? I started this one at 7:30 p.m. EST. So I have been going for how long? 4.5 hours? So I'm not doing so bad for my first live stream ever in my life. I think everyone has been like really chatty and stuff, so it's been really good. But what I think we will do is we'll start. Kai's like, where have you been in game? Kai, I have not logged on. You can see in my screen that I have been a very good academic, and I've been talking about highbrow things. No, I'm going to be honest. I think it's good to derail and just chat about things that are interesting, because I think that's what Tolkien would have wanted us to do. It's not good to just sit and let information wash over. It's good to think about it. And thanks to all of you today, I feel like I came away with things to check out, and I definitely came away with a better understanding of how to go about Elden Ring. And I definitely feel like it's going to really help me understand how to tackle certain things in a more coherent kind of way. Should definitely be resting. Aw, Kai, do you want me to come and rest with you in Final Fantasy XIV? Do you need some help running a dungeon or something? Oh, thanks, Min. That's very kind of you. It's okay, Ben. Don't worry about derailing. Oh, Tickler is still here. Hi, sis. I'm surprised you're awake. It's 12 a.m. Oh, Wally, that's nice. That's good. Who's going to carry me in-game? Aw. Yeah, it's going to have to be me, because Party ain't here now, right? Oh, that's very kind, Min. You can carry yourself, bro. I will see. I will chat with my friend with whom I will be staying, and I will see. Yeah, look, Star Wars Legacy is where it's at. If anyone wonders what books should I be reading, that's where you should be reading. They have some good stuff. Oh, that's very kind, Ben. Yeah, so I hang out in Primal on Lamia. That's where my data center life is. Oh, Aram Vale. Oh, Min. Oh, Min. Oh, dear. Oh, don't get Party started, okay? She's away from home right now, so she's in Final Fantasy XIV withdrawal, because her game is on her desktop. So, Primal game? Min, are you on Primal? Yeah, so basically Party is going to be going into withdrawal. We have to help her cope until Thursday or Friday. She has to survive the next few days without the game. And she just made a new alt, a third one, no less. That's a female row, a femro. So I hope she shares some photos of her femro. Her femro is going to stomp on all the boys. Primal Hyperion. Oh, yay, Min. Yeah, if you want to friend me. I think it's okay if I shared my main's name. What do you think, Party? Do you think it would be okay? Oh, Shay, that would be wonderful. So I'm currently in one of the starting zones, if I'm reading it correctly, and I found this dungeon called Freehold. And if you can give me any tips in Discord, I would love it. Okay, here, I'm gonna type it into chat. This is my main. Okay, so this is who you should be friending in the game. If you want to find me. If you see a cat boy with black hair, that is the right name. Yes. So in game I have an alt also called Chieko Kurokumo. And Chieko is a bit of a hoe. So Party plays Chieko's Elizin adoptive uncle, who is there to make sure that Chieko doesn't, tear up Eorzea. But Nico is much more staid. Yeah. So Nico is my main. Chieko Kurokumo is my alt, my cat girl alt. But yeah. So you all can enjoy. So I think we're going to call it here. And yeah, I am on Lamia Epic. Yeah. Chieko is a bit of a hoe. Yeah, she sees a cat boy. Screenshots are going to be taken. Adventure plates are going to be peeped on. What else happens, Koa? She may stand very close to the cat boy and get in his space. The cat boy may be played by a gay man. It does not matter. The cat boy will be they're not safe. And Koa is there. Koa is there to make sure Chieko doesn't get in trouble. That's Party's main character. So yeah, you can find me on Lamia. I might be gaming. I might be on tomorrow night. I have a bit of teaching. Yeah. Chieko is a bit wildin', but Nico is not. It's crazy what happens to a girl when she's playing a girl in a game. When I'm a guy, I pass as a gay guy. But so let's call it here. I will maybe see some people in game, maybe not. That's okay. It's up to everyone. And I'll see you on Discord, and we can chat more there because I will chat in text. And and there's Party's character name, Koa Ravisser. And Uncle Koa is also a very oh, epic! You run a femboy cafe? Can you send details in just inquiring minds need to know. Yeah. My sister and I, we are very how can I say it? We have our little quirks, but we are enjoying Final Fantasy 14. So if any of you are playing, don't feel like you have to be pressured to do it. But if you are playing, you can come join us. And once again, I look forward to hearing from everybody in Discord. And if you want to chat with me further, I will probably still be on a little bit tonight. I just got to do some other things and unwind. But yeah, Epic made a mistake. This is when he knew he fucked up. Now I need to know. I need to know more, Epic. You can't leave me hanging. Go to Discord. Tell me all. But thank you for everyone. Thank you to Party for being here and being such a champ, because I'm pretty sure none of us thought we would be here for so long. Aziz Light. Oh, that is like Aziz Law. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to write this down. Yeah. And once again, like if you don't feel comfortable sharing your wall quite yet, don't worry. We can always set up a time to meet at a certain, like we can all go to Ether or something like that. And I actually now have a house, which I'm very proud of. A small one. It's a very small house, but so we could even meet at someone's house. Ooh. Aziz Light. Ben. Coral Mist. Ward 6. Plot 39. If you see a black-haired catboy wearing dark-framed glasses, just you know. Anyway, thank you everyone, and I'm going to end the stream now, hopefully in a not so awkward fashion. And is there WoW stuff in the gaming chat? Yes, you can put WoW stuff in the gaming chat for sure. If Shay, if you want to have a separate WoW, if you think I should have a little separate WoW channel, I will make that, okay? So let me know just in general chat if there's anyone here right now who's like, OMG, I need to have a certain channel, ask Party or myself. And Party is also going to be a mod on Discord, and we will give it due consideration. I can't promise everything, but we will give due consideration. So everyone, let's end it here. Thank you everybody for coming. And I have no cool outro because I'm an awkward duck, but maybe I will see you all sooner than later and we can do another stream. So thanks everyone for coming, and take care everyone, and I'll see you all next time, okay? I can also help with the WoW questions. Awesome, Jared. Thanks so much. G-Pose channel. Okay. Maybe we should maybe put screenshots. I think there's a screenshot for games, so you can put it there. Okay. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, and I'll see you all next time. Take care.